1 minute now until we get the market on open imbalance. Ten seconds. Market on open imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 13 million, Nasdaq 100 sell side 8 million, Dow 30 sell side 6 million, Mag 7 sell side 7 million. In 10 minutes time now at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we get the US S&P Services PMI. This is the final read for October. Forecast 55 spot 2, unchanged from the prior, with the range there of 56 to 54. The composite PMI forecast 54 spot 9 on the prior 54 spot 8. In 5 minutes time now at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we get the US S&P Services PMI October final. Forecast 55 spot 2 on the prior 55 spot 2 with a range of 56 to 54. Composite forecast 54 spot 9 on the prior 54 spot 8. One minute remaining. I'll lead with the US S&P Services PMI final. Ten seconds. 54 spot 8, 54 spot 8, lower than forecast 55 spot 2, with the composite at 54 spot 6, 54 spot 6, lower than forecast 54 spot 9. We've posted the US S&P Services PMI October final report on the feed for those interested.
At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we have US ISM Services PMI, forecast 50.8, prior 50, with a range of 52.3 to 48.5. Services employment, forecast 47.6, prior 47.2. Services prices paid, forecast 68, prior 69.4. Services new orders, forecast 51, prior 50.4. We're also expecting comments from ECB's Kosher, who's making remarks at the Global Economy Lecture 2025 on negative rates and effective lower bound. US stocks extend gains, the S&P 500 up 0.2%, the Nasdaq up 0.3%, the Dow up 0.3%. A reminder in 5 minutes' time, we're expecting the US ISM Services PMI forecast 50 spot 8, prior 50, with a range of 52 spot 3 to 48 spot 5. ISM Services Employment forecast 47 spot 6, prior 47 spot 2. Services Prices Paid forecast 68, prior 69 spot 4. Services New Order forecast 51, prior 50 spot 4. We're also expecting comments from ECB's Kosher, who's making comments at the Global Economy Lecture 2025 on negative rates and the effective lower bound. One minute remaining. I'll be leading with US ISM Services PMI. Ten seconds. 52 spot 4, 52 spot 4, higher than the forecast of 50 spot 8. Prices paid 70, 70, higher than the forecast of 68. New orders 56 spot 2, 56 spot 2, higher than the forecast of 51. Employment 48 spot 2, 48 spot 2, higher than the forecast of 47 spot 6. Seeing the dollar strengthen after that release. So a reminder, we should shortly be expecting comments from ECB's kosher. Seeing US Treasury yields tick higher after US services sector data. We have put up the report for the US ISM Services PMI on the feed for those interested.
So keep in mind the SCOTUS, or the Supreme Court of the US tariff hearing, has started. We've got the audio link to this on the calendar. We'll get it out on the feed as well, though. We have posted that audio link on the feed for those interested. Again, Supreme Court hearing on Trump's tariff legality is underway. In 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we see the release of the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories, the forecast is a draw of 0.268 million on the prior draw of 6.858 million. The range is a build of 3 million to a draw of 3 million expected. Gasoline inventories, forecast a draw of 1.847 million on the prior draw of 5.941 million. Distillate inventories, forecast a draw of 2.5 million on the prior draw of 3.362 million. And Cushing inventories, the prior was a build of 1.334 million. Senate Majority Leader Thune says the votes are still not there to fix the filibuster rule. In 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we see the release of the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories forecast is a draw of 0.268 million on the prior draw of 6.858 million. The range sees a build of 3 million to a draw of 3 million expected. Gasoline inventories forecast draw 1.847 million on the prior draw of 5.941 million. Distillate inventories forecast is a draw of 2.5 million on the prior draw of 3.362 million, and Cushing inventories, the prior was a build of 1.334 million. One minute remaining. I'll be leading with the EIA crude oil inventories. Ten seconds. A build of 5.2 million. That's a build of 5.202 million, higher than the expected draw of 0.286 million. Gasoline inventory is a draw of 4.729 million. That's a draw of 4.729 million, deeper than the expected draw of 1.847 million. Distillate inventory is a draw of 0.643 million, which is higher than the expected draw of 2.5 million. Crude Cushing inventory is a build, of just 0.3 million. We have posted the weekly EIA crude report on the feed for those interested.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Dude, listen to my voice. I sound like I've been smoking a pack of cool 100s for the last 20 years. I was trying to rest my voice this morning. I had a meeting. I've been doing the just a second here, guys. I've been doing like the late night or like the Discord late night scene has been picking back up again. Sometimes we have like a late night. It's like we go through these phases where the late night Discord is pretty hopping. And sometimes it isn't. I think we all have like shit to do. Hang tight here, guys. I'll be doing work on the market, like just looking in the background. I get sucked into the chat, like sometime around 10 p.m. and then the chat doesn't end until like 2:30 in the morning. And I was in New York, and I got back home from New York Monday morning, but I hadn't like really slept in about a week. Had like New York's kind of the kind of place where nothing never ends, right? It's like 24 hours a day. And I had some flight issues getting back to Detroit, and I finally got back into town, rushed here, and then I have been nonstop since then. So I feel like today's Friday, and it's not. Hang tighter, guys. I feel like today is Friday, and it's not Friday. And I've been running, like, I've been working like at least 18 to 22 hour, maybe not 22, 18-hour days or something like that. I've been working a lot, as most of you probably know. Most of you probably know because you probably talked to me.
UK 30-year gilt yield highest since October 21st.
See me on the show at 9:30, and then you
up about 6 basis points on the day at 5.257%.
Some of you out there, at least. Hold on one second. I blow my nose. Hang tight 1 second here. And I picked up something when I was in New York. Not COVID, but I got some kind of like whatever going on. Hang tight here. Watch this little bit of watch the little red bar down here.
In 10 minutes' time at the top of the hour, New York Fed is due to release their household credit report.
A little bit of risk-offish behavior here, so be careful. Let's get rid of this here. And we got this down here too. Be aware of this down here. There's a little bit of just watch this buy the dip down here. We've got data today. We should talk about data this morning if we can. I'll just leave that there. We should talk about data because that needs moved down here. This all needs pushed over, actually. It's not too bad. It's pretty close. We get our community over time has grown. Hang tight 1 more second here. all this out of the way, all that out of the way. How do I describe this properly? How do I describe this? There was a time where we had a massive community. It was huge. It was unwieldy, and I remember we would. It got to a point where if you were not active in 1 month, I would flush you out of our system. It was like 15. It was like a rolling average of somewhere in the like fives or thousands, like 15 grand, 13 grand. We'd try to cut it back down to like 3 grand, 5 grand as best we could. And then I turned off that Discord. I never sold it to anybody. I never monetized it. None of that stuff. And I could have made a lot of money. I could have just sold the Discord, like rebranded it, sold it, whatever. And I didn't want anything to do with it. It was valuable, worth money. Then we got to a point where it was costing me too much money, time and money to do this over the years. Like a bunch of years had passed. It's been like 4 or 5 years or something. And I remember when I moved over from like Wall Street bets and Vegas bets to Twitter, and I got to near this like 10,000 followers or so. And Twitter kind of became unwieldy too. And since then, I've always tried to like limit growth. Like it's better to be smaller than bigger, in my view. I'm not trying to sell anything, or trying to become like like one of the big streamers that are out there. Like they are. There's like giant finance streamers out there, like Meet Kevin and guys like that. Not they're bad or anything like that. Just they're huge, right? So I actively, publicly try to shed followers. Like I'll say things on Twitter to piss people off, or I'll go on Twitter and like hammer the late night buttons and stuff.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we expect the release of the New York Fed Household Credit Report.
Or I know the right things to say to piss off people without mentioning their names, I guess. I've been accused of that. It's not really quite true, but so I'm going to check these over here. Bring that over there. Bring that over there. This over here so you can see it. But at the same time, we can't seem to shed people. It's not a bad thing. It's just what happens is that I forget to. As years pass, this is more like a journal, right? Or like so it's almost like I keep a journal of my entries in the stock market, my wins, my losses. I actually I stopped doing this, but I used to print up all of my trades for the year and look back on those too. Keep a big binder full of them. I would actually print them all out. They would be like this thick. And I think as time passes, I've never sold like a class or anything. I do class. We have classes in on our Discord, but I don't. It's not like something like it's not something that's like here's an extra $500, bro, and we're gonna do a boot camp too. That's an extra $1,000 or something. We do this live stream running because of a bunch of reasons, right? One of them is because I believe in that we started this being free for a reason, and the show is representative of that. It's public, it's free, and I at times forget to revisit things that we need to revisit. And as we get new followers and people that join us on Trade the Trigger or whatever, I don't always go back and explain certain things. And I don't know if I should write this stuff down and like once a year, once every 6 months, be like, I'm going to start touching on some of these subjects that some members have heard ad nauseum, or they've heard too many times. But there's other people that have not heard those things. And one of those things was we were talking about data, and someone said, is there any data that could happen that could matter? And I was like, and we were in the Discord last night, and I was like, fuck no. I was like, data doesn't matter. And I was very flippant about it. Making that statement from the perspective like everybody else knows this and everybody else doesn't know this. I think a lot of the stock market has been written or is taught to retailers for a retailer's consumption. I don't think people that work in the street or people that work professionally care too much about the what we consume as retailers as education. And I don't mean like the nitty gritty of the Greeks or mechanics or like functions of options and things like that. I'm speaking to it from the perspective of like you read like Investopedia and it tells you certain things and you take that as kind of the Bible, and that should kind of apply to you, but it might not actually be true. One of those things is
get
data.
the New York Fed household credit report.
Check 1, 2. People need things to talk about. The stock market is a telenova. It tells a story, and it has its own culture. It's got its own movie stars or TV stars or telenova stars. You have the celebrities of Wall Street. You've got the celebrities of the CEO world and corporate world, and sometimes politics matters, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the White House, they don't touch the stock market. Well, they don't impact the stock market ever. And there's other White Houses that it matters to, right? So the reason I'm bringing that up is because when I was saying that data doesn't matter.
So in this New York Fed report, then the third quarter household debt is up 1% or $197 billion from the second quarter to a total of $18.6 trillion. Mortgage balances are up $137 billion from the second quarter to a total of $13.1 trillion.
Voice news disconnected.
It's not that data does not matter. But it reminds me oftentimes of I don't get to watch CNBC anymore, and when I do get to watch it now, it freaks me out. I'm always like, oh man, like, oof. No one should watch this ever, especially a retailer. Especially a retailer that doesn't know the dumber the retailer is, which is actually a good thing for a lot of retailers, believe it or not, dumbing down your trading. But the reason I say that is because I'll give you an example, and because this was another conversation we were having last night. And there are things that matter. There are things that matter to the market, like fraud matters, whether it's legal or illegal. For whatever reason, the street is like one of the most fraudulent industries out there. You can go to websites and find rap sheets on JPM. I think they've committed more corporate felonies, like JPM, GS. They've committed more corporate, and they're like considered entities now, like a person. I would bet if you were to check between living or dead people or corporations treated as a person, who has committed more felonies in the U.S. historically, I bet it's those companies right there. They're some of the largest criminal organizations in our country, period. And they have rap sheets on them, like this felony, that felony, this felony, the JPM, for this and that, whatever. But they hold corporations to a different standard. These banks do. And they do care about fraud, even if it's legal. So they might be committing all these crimes, but if they're trading stock ticker XYZ, they do care about that stuff. Another thing that Wall Street cares about with companies is growth. You know, and fundamentals to an extent do matter. To an extent do matter. But like if you're let's say you have an IPO and the company's worth $300 and it IPOs at $300 or 600 or whatever, they're going to sell it down to the depths of hell. If your company is worth $300 and it opens at 150, they're going to sell it down to the depths of hell. Why? Because there are market makers. Market makers these aren't dealers. These are companies or offices or people that have jobs. And their job is to accumulate companies in the depths of hell that have good fundamentals. And they run programs to then accumulate and distribute on these companies. Whether you like that or not, I don't care. And neither do they. Same with the IPOs too, right? It costs money to bring a company public. And people want to get paid for that. There's nothing wrong with that. Anyways, the reason I'm saying that too is because there are things that matter. And they don't always matter right away. And sometimes when they do matter, that news hasn't been broken yet, or it's not wanted to be broken yet. And along the way, too, the market, even with data and binary events, the market is to some extent fake. You'll hear that said for a lot of different reasons and different reasons given, but the market to some extent, even when you see you've heard about a JPM collar, there are other collars put on the market. The market there's an attempt that points to rein in what the market can and cannot do. And as time passes and these new trades are put on, or even theses, there's limits to what the market can do. Believe it or not. I know you don't want to believe that, but that's true. And as these trades come out of the market becomes more and more wound up. So and this leads into sentiment. So if there's data or information, new information to the market begins to trade to that new information, usually after the end of an OPEX. Now, they do it on a larger scale, like quarterly, and then monthly, then weekly, then midweek, which is Wednesday, and then on a daily basis. So you have new information on different time frames. And you can work within these parameters on these different time scales. And as we get closer and closer on different time scales, those trades really do matter more and more and more and more, regardless of news. Though after or at certain time periods, all of those trades expire and there's no need to delta hedge those trades, the market has the ability to move up, move down, or for new trades to come in to impact the direction of the market. So I want you to think about, does data matter? You got to remember, you got data that comes in for a quarterly basis. Then you have data that comes in for a monthly basis. Then you have data that comes in that matters on a weekly or a daily basis. And within all of these different time frames, there are some rules as to what can and cannot happen. So when I say data doesn't matter, I mean, it does. Like if you go into, as an example, like NFP, that's non-farm payrolls, right? It's usually on a Friday towards the end of the month. Price action within that day can matter. They can swing wildly, and it's very unpredictable for that day. And you also have to remember that that NFP data impacts the new month that's coming ahead. And if there are any real severe impacts from that data, it won't really show itself until that next month. And the same thing goes with binary events like FOMC meetings, or even just an announcement. We used to have a combative Fed that used to be combative with the stock market. When Jerome Powell or Jerome Powell is still, but was chair during COVID, he point blank came out publicly and said, we're not going to do that anymore, at least under his regime. And so he would, for the first time in history, literally not drop bombs on the market. He would warn us, hey, we're going to loosen, we're going to tighten, it's coming, and we would front run those upcoming policy changes over the course of time, usually months. So yes, it does matter to the market, but you have to understand the actual implication or the length of implication. So if I get a bad NFP report, maybe we're trade, and this is what else is crazy. Like NFP is a great one to look at because if we trade down into NFP over like a week or two, it's usually going to squeeze. If we trade up into an NFP, we're usually going to dump. There are other NFP traders that'll tell you, I don't care which way it goes. Within an hour or two, I'm going to fade the original move. So that stuff does matter, but it's contextual. There's some other stuff here too, like you'll come into like a Vixpiration or an OpEx or a month end, and you'll hear like every reason given under the sun from all the different news organizations as to why we're, let's say, bloodbathing for one straight day. And you'll hear things like there's no data, no reason why, no news drop why we're doing this. And no one will tell you on CNBC it's because of Vixpiration. No one. We can type in Vixpiration on FinTwit, and it's maybe 100 people that don't even know about it, or even discuss it, or even acknowledge it. Everyone needs a story, I guess, or to tell a story, or to have something to write about. That goes back to the telenova in the stock market. And I think that's poisonous to a lot of retail traders. We fall into that telenova and what matters, what doesn't matter. We fall into the discussions of other people. There's someone out there, Andy Constant. I really like that guy. He knows a lot about bond markets, SOFR, you name it. He knows a lot about the functions and inner workings of our markets. And guys like him, they like to talk about that stuff, discuss it, and have conversations. And then a retail trader will get involved and be like, oh, I'm learning all this stuff, and it matters to the price of the stock market today. And it might not be exactly true. Not only that, I've read Andy say certain things that are real and do matter, but are very fluid and can change quickly. A lot of gamma guys know that. A lot of the true gamma bros that really know a lot about gamma, they will tell you or admit to you, if you ever ask them, that gamma is fluid. It's a living thing that changes frequently. So does data matter? For me, trying to dumb myself down as a trader, not as much as you think it does. Or at least for whatever position you're in at that moment. You just need to know the simpler points. When to step out of the way, when it's in your favor. And with time and market, you'll come to find out that like good news is good news and bad news is good news, or good news is bad news, or whatever. You start to figure out when that actually is true or false. So data doesn't matter to the stock market. Yeah, kind of does, but it kind of doesn't matter to you as a stock market trader. And a lot of stuff doesn't matter to you as a stock market trader. And you're not working for a company. You're not writing letters. You're not writing a newsletter. You're not contracted by a family office and trying to give hard data that they want to have to proof their things. Now, there's demand for that, right? I could be very intelligent or an expert on something and go to some company and say, well, you're doing it wrong. You should just do it like that. I know that works. And they'll say, well, you need to write me a whole big paper. Why? Why? Because it's for their consumption. It's for something for them to discuss. You ever notice when you look at like a something from Windows or Microsoft, They're constantly improving, and a lot of that improvement is not wanted or needed. But they constantly have to be working. They constantly have to be fucking doing something. And you're like, God damn, just stop. Works just as it should. But they got 100,000 engineers that need to get paid. They need jobs. They need something to talk about, and they young gal wants to improve something or think this could be better or whatever. So there's some of that in there too, that bureaucracy. So does that really matter to you? Probably not. More in most cases, it doesn't. And traders also go through that in their career. Like they start out not being aware of a lot of stuff, make a lot of good trades. They're not aware of all the risk out there. They make a bunch of money, and then they start to learn a little bit about the stock market, and maybe their background in their career is in something they were the best at. And so they go, well, if I just know more, I'll become a better trader. I had a bad loss or two. I had a bunch of wins, then a few losses, so I start to learn more. And I think that if I learn this stuff, that it's going to matter to my trading. Some of it does. And if you can create like idioms about that, that's great. But if you get too smart, you can begin to lose a lot, because the stock market doesn't actually operate that way, does it? There is some randomness. There is some within these bounds ability to move or whatever, and I think time and market matters when it comes to that stuff. And it's hard to get that stuff unless you have time and market, and that stuff takes, even the best traders 5-10 years. It takes time and market. And sometimes you don't even realize what you're seeing. Some of the best traders don't necessarily need to know the why. They just need to get better at not hindsight trading. You don't have to be the smartest person in the world, but if you can recognize when something doesn't work over 10, 100 times, that's not easy, by the way. It's a very difficult thing to master and learn. Even if you don't know the whys, but just know that it doesn't have an edge for you. You can even create just stupid, simple things. Like, I don't trade NFP. Why? Does it matter? Does it really fucking matter? No. And the other answer could be, there are easier setups than a binary event. Or, I don't trade NFP. There are easier setups without a binary event, and I use a binary event to my advantage, and I don't care the outcome. I don't care if I miss a big squeeze. I don't care if I miss a depths to hell, but I can fade that move if it's a big squeeze, or I can buy that dip. And there's some truth to those statements, and there's some edge to those statements without having to know too much. And the more that you're able to simplify those things and condense this massive wealth of knowledge down to simple rules, rather than always seeking a gotcha moment, your life improves as a trader. Someone that I really like, I've been really liking recently, even more the last few years, is Wolf Richter. I keep talking about this guy. I don't know this guy at all. I've talked to him. I've read his book. Got his book over here. Hold on a second. See if I can find it. Right here. That's his book. Well, I like this guy a lot because he is one of the smart guys. He's like an Andy Constant. He knows everything. This fucking guy is like one of the best data guys out there, for retail at least. As a matter of fact, you can tell that people from the street read his shit and talk to him, and people from newspapers, like major newspapers. Now, that doesn't mean those people from the major newspapers report like the data that he gives them, but because their editors probably do not want stories written like that, or even in that tone. Doesn't sell shit, right? Doesn't sell newspapers. But why I like this guy is because he'll get people in his blog posts in the comments, and they do one of two things. They either regurgitate crap from mass media, social media, or they're always looking for a gotcha moment. Like, oh, you're like, well, Wolf Richter dropped this this banger here. You know, and then of course the blog comment from this reader is, you know, one of these days, and you just pointed out that they're gonna get fucked, and I can't wait. It's gonna fill my heart with joy, knowing that all these suckers bought houses during COVID, and their lives are ruined now. So it's that gotcha moment, right? And I think traders look for that too, like that gotcha moment, or that one little thing that's going to matter, that's going to change the stock market. And we get wrapped up in those ideas when they really don't matter. What matters for most investors and traders as a retailer is finding rules, not be my rules, just rules for you that work with an edge. It might be it's stuff I teach you, or someone else teaches you, or you've read somewhere, or you've consumed somewhere else, but they work for you consistently. And you put together your own little toolbox. You got your own, like if you don't have a toolbox, you got to get one. You got a toolbox and you start filling it up with tools, basic tools, hammer, screwdriver, some nails, you know, a saw, a hand saw to start with. And you start real basic. And those things matter way fucking more than, you know, some kind of data drop that, I don't know, can improve your position, or some kind of gotcha moment. Whether that's like a reversal, makes a stonk reverse and go up 100% or something, or crash to the depths of hell. There really is some simplicity. And also, too, in this, there are people that'll teach you the finer parts of the stock market and speak in not clear terms. You know, I value people that can communicate a complex subject simply. To simply communicate to each other, explaining something that's complex, especially something that a non-expert would not understand fully, or its implications or whatever. I'm sure all of you out there are expert in something that I am not, and could speak from a perspective on a topic that I could get lost easily, even if it sounded simple, or has something said about it that's expert subject that includes other information that you might not address in that statement that you make. So as a trader, most traders, in my view, getting lost in those rabbit holes is detrimental to you. So just to address that stuff this morning, data. Does it matter? Yes. It does matter. But not always in the way that you're the secondary reason you might have for it. Like, is it that gotcha moment? Is it that positive catalyst? Maybe, but most people will tell you if it does in advance. They'll say, hey, if this happens, you know, we're going to moon. And that's all you need to know. That's it. It's that simple. You don't really need to get too wound up or wrapped up in it. Most data today, these data drops during the daytime, are used as catalysts. So if you get an up day, trend day, and 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you get a bill or a bond auction, you should expect a pullback. We're going up all day long. It's a little bit of relief from this up show, right? Can't go up all day long. Even though we have been going up all day, there are still pullbacks in there. There's still profit taking. There's still moments where the market wants to digest what's going on. And I think some of that has to do right now, too. I've had some other people ask me questions like, what about October? And I'm like, you know, it's not, I mean, everyone's looking for like this big, complicated 20-page essay. And it's fairly simple. You know, we have like not even in bull runs, an up October is rare. It is so rare. And I want you to think about this from someone else's perspective, not even me. If you look at the market last month, heading into the month of October. When we're in September, going into October, the real Marco Kolanovich or whatever, he said the crash is going to be in October. And I said to him, the crash started on September 17th, right? That's what I said publicly. I said, Marco's wrong. It started on September 17th. But that September 17th crash is more of a large distribution with a lot more highs in it that can take into springtime. Not spring, but like the seasonal weakness in February. It could take October, just October, November, December, October, November, December, January, February. It's a very large distribution that's going on. And the safe bet for Marco and most traders and investors is that if you were to look at any October in any bull run, the safe statement or bet, the sure thing, is and was, regardless of how October came green, the safe bet was to say October would be a down fucking month. It doesn't matter if it was the first 2 weeks. So if you had, say this is September. September on average is an okay month. So if August was like, if you had like July was big month, August big month. So you got big, right? Big uppies, right? September is like sideways, or it's September on average is usually like a little bit of profit. Now, if you come into, excuse me, you come into October and let's say you start the month, let's say it's strong, first 2 weeks, you end the month lower. So this gets erased and October is lower than September. That's simple. If October starts the month weak and then ends the month on a high, it's still lower than September. So Octobers are known to be red. And it's the play in the trade for October would be to say what? We're going down. It's going to be a red month. You've had all these green months. It's going to be red. The trade for October was not up by any standard. And these are great fucking traders, great investors, good bears, good sellers. Most of the markets got it wrong. And to get it right is not an easy thing to accomplish. You have to give that credit to those traders and investors that got it right. Most traders and investors did not get it right. Even the good ones, even the badasses, even the legends, they didn't get it right. A lot of them missed that trade. A lot of people tried to catch up that trade. A lot never took the trade. And the money that did take that trade up, they made bank. And it is that simple, to take profit in the month of October. And you take the money at the end of that month and you walk. Thank you. I'm not going to press my luck. I appreciate that. Put the money in the pocket, walk away. And so you come into the month of November, and those same badass, Bobby badass traders, what do they want to do in the month of November? They know a couple things, especially like the option sellers. They know exactly what's up. Those are usually really good traders, right? They know to pay attention to really good directional shot callers. Hey, we're going up this month, we're going down this month. This is the bottom, this is the top. The guys that get it right more than they don't get it wrong, they get followed quietly in the background by option sellers. And indubitably, they know when to sell calls and sell puts. They use other things like, puts are cheap and calls are expensive. Calls are cheap, puts are expensive, right? They also follow guys like that. And they know that everyone missed October. You know, they know that people missed the up month of October. They fucking missed it. So these option sellers come into the end of October and they know that everyone wants some exposure. It's the up only party, bro. We're going to go all the way up to the end of the year. And so for the beginning of November, what they do is you could see the expiration, the OPEX, the end month end clearing of options leaves a kind of a clean slate. It's only the first month of the new quarter. So we're not wound into the end of the quarter yet. And you've got a little bit of freedom of movement at the end of the first month of the last quarter of the year. Which I just discussed, right? And you could see the new gamma map when it came out, that there was the gamma map in October was a lot different than November. October showed large gamma above 7,000, and that helped drive us up into 690 or 6,900, excuse me. These higher gamma bars. But then once the new gamma map came out, those gamma bars dissipated and only one showed as the top of the market, and that was 7,000 at the beginning of November. And what that is telling you is that someone out there is smart, and they're selling the 7,000 calls to suckers. It's not going to print. Not right away. And so the market starts to fade on the first of the month in October, and we're fading and fading. And do you notice how I gave you a brief that showed the first level and then up, but I also showed you the other levels, and in the brief said to you, I want to buy them down there, and we're going to go down level by level as buyers step in. And I drew another chart for you that showed you each level, right? I'll show you. I'll do it right now. Hold on. I think I deleted it already. I delete this shit every day and then rewrite it, but before we even get into the month of November, come out of October, right? You know for a fucking fact that everyone missed this. And there's FOMO. And you know that on average, let me show you this too. Hold on. This is from VolWiz. So you're coming into this big up month in October. This comes from VolatilityWiz. And this is all bull years going back to 2017, excluding 2018. We crashed from November into December. And it does not include 2022. But I want to show you this. This is November right here, okay? We're going to scale in right here. This is the red here is when we're coming into November. And if you follow my handprint in here, you can see that after the first few days or week of November, the party gets started. Every year, going back to 2017. So you've got everyone missing. Everyone's missing, well, the big party up here, right? And they all know that the first week or so, we're going to go moon. And you've got, not whales, but elephants. These are banks, family offices, hedge funds, mid-size, small size. They don't care about a few dollars down or a few dollars up. And so you've got other people that know that we're not going to print 7 right away. They know we're going to come down at least into this time period. They know that dumb retailers are all pumped up. They know that the institutions will buy regardless, right? So they're selling, and then we got a clean gamma map. So they're just selling you 7,000 Cs. See it clear as day. And what else do we have going on? We come down into these 3 levels, right? Come down here. No volatility. You know what that means? Like, I bought puts, and when I hit here, there was no demand for them. There was no ramping, leveling of puts for a crash. It's because we have buyers stepping in, placing longs way out there. So it's organized coming down. You come down here, and what happens? You're thinking, oh, my puts should be ripping right now. And they're not, because there's people not demanding puts. They're demanding calls, on the index at least. So they're buying calls for the end of the year again, calls for the end of the year again. And then we come down here, and what are they doing again? There's no fucking demand for index puts, are there? There's a little bit. We did get some yesterday, probably retailers. We got a little bit yesterday. There's a little bit of triggering of volatility in here, and there'll be more triggering of volatility if we go under here, of course. But they're still buying fucking calls. Why? Because of the shit that I just showed you. They all want in. The whole market in sentiment is saying that. Retail right now is more invested in leveraged ETFs than they've ever been in history. They're long as fuck when they're piling in and adding on and adding on. So this is already telling you, this price action, that this is organized. It's showing you that the entire market is on the up move into the end of the year before we even get here. And meanwhile, you have people fucking pontificating to you everywhere that this is a crash or that this is a correction. It's not. It's a pullback. It's profit taking. It's fucking option sellers. Then they're selling calls like they're selling 7,000 up here, and they're selling calls, index calls farther out in time. I'm doing it again. These guys are making bank. And what else is going on here? There's something else going on too. While all this is going on and you're paying attention to earnings that are coming out and getting annihilated, and you're like, oh, that's terrible and awful, and look at the index come down and it's horrible. And meanwhile, what's really going on is you're being set up for a big end of the year trade. You're being given fucking huge discounts on individual stocks. You're catching volatility, not in index puts, but you are catching volatility in these ERs. So an ER, like a stock XYZ is here. It's, big time blue chip, and it blasts down 20%. That triggers puts for those individual stocks to crank. So these same assholes up here, while you're focused on all the fucking show, they're selling puts on those individual tickers. Not the indexes just yet, but they are already selling fucking puts on single stocks. They fucking know that no matter what, forget the index, but let's say you're like selling puts on some stock that's down 18, 16%. They know that even if the market doesn't come back, the index doesn't come back, that stock is going to come back enough that at the end of the year, those puts are still going to be fucking worthless. They win no matter what. But even so, that action of selling puts on individual stocks is still a function of this. that also means that these people know that what? But they can sell puts when they're expensive on individual stocks. Market's likely going to go up at the end of the year. Meanwhile, your hair's on fire watching stock XYZ. You're watching the staircase down. And these guys are like, well, I'll sell puts on the index, or if I get another chance, maybe I will later. So maybe you have this quick bounce down here, right? Maybe before the indexes actually take off, whether that's the 5th, whether there's another low in the middle of the month of November or the end of one of these weeks in November and then bounces back up and goes, they can then sell puts down here on indexes. These guys, like you look at an option seller, they're so fucking ahead of a lot of retail in general. And meanwhile, you're paying attention to the entire fucking, or this big shit show that's going on, and not paying attention to what actually is going to make you money if you're not an option seller. If you're like a regular degenerate or a regular investor, you're worried about this price action. You're worried about the fact that your favorite stock was taken to the woodshed, dragged out back, and had 2 things put into their head. And so you're missing the other part of the story, or what really matters. Not the fucking manifesto, not the coulda, shoulda, mighta, maybe, possibly. You know, you're looking for the trade on the ER on a company that's been pumped twice up into that ER rather than begging and hoping for it to go to 0. So that you can actually long it and sell puts to suckers. And I told you, and I drew this out for you, right? I was like, yeah, we're going to, tap, 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 go long here, tap, 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 go long here, tap, 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 go long here. Like out, these lines mean what? Not today. Quarter. End of the year. February, March, December 31st, whatever it may be. And there's been this whole operation in here of ERs where you've got, 3-month out puts being sold on a company that was wrecked 16, 18, 20%, those lows. Whim, sell them some puts. For when? December, bro. It's eventually going to recover. Those puts are going to be fucking worthless. I guarantee it. Even if we're to correct down here. Unless there was some kind of serious crash, which we're not even there yet. They can still roll out of those positions. We don't even know if we've broken trend in November to have that very small chance of a crash to the end of this year. Which I just showed you in this chart, right? It was every bull market since 2017. Only one did that. Chances are not on your side. This price action, not on your side. The option selling, not on your side. And even if you're just a dumb degen, like me, you're being given an opportunity to get a company that's already overpriced at a fucking steep discount. I just took that company down 18%. That you love. So not only are we setting up for a big run into the end of the year, but we're also giving you the market's giving you a fucking steep discount on individual tickers. Do you think SPY is going up 20%, 18% in the end of the year? I don't. There are single stocks, though, that will. And if those stocks are very liquid with a lot of following, you already know those people pay whatever the fuck it is for an option, right? They'll pay $20, $30, $40, $50 for an option. They don't give a fuck, do they? So you got to see what this actually is. And instead of saying, but what about Or what if? Or maybe this data point or this black swan, or what if this stock moons on their ER and getting laser focused on the wrong shit. Maybe you say, you know what, my favorite stock, fuck that stock. This stock XYZ over here, it got shit on. I'm going to go watch that one instead now. I got a 20% discount. It's not my favorite stock, but that stock's not my favorite stock anymore. This other one is now. So it's very important for you to be able to see all of those things at the same time and not get hung up on the manifesto or all the other bullshit and noise and telenovas and celebrity this and superstar that or quant or I called them the what? The momentum masters of the universe. They ran that shit last month too. Momentum's flattening. I heard that shit in September. I heard that shit in October. And then last month, what did I hear last month? Well, if we just correct to the 30s, it would help the bulls out. That's a fucking lie too. That's bears telling bullshit. That's a bull that's greedy. Doesn't give a fuck about the direction of the market. Most of you aren't those guys. Most of you guys are like, hey, just tell me where the fucking bottom is so I can get long, man. I don't care if it's down 30% or down 5%. But this other guy is saying we should go down 7 or 10. Well, you know what? Stop listening to that guy. Focus on where the bottom is. Focus on being able to identify where it is regardless of where it is. 1%, 5%, 10, 20, 30. If you are that guy, that's what you need to know. Not this would be good for the market, not this has to happen, or whatever the fuck that you're being told, spun, or is being spun to you. You don't know what that person wants, cares about, what they're selling. You don't know if they're selling you options. You know if they're selling you a newspaper, they want 1 million followers. They got a TV show. They want to be a reporter one day. You don't know what they're doing. You don't know if they're fucking rich and they don't have a fucking job and their wives hate them. They're just fucking off at their house all day long. And they've got this soap opera they can watch. They don't care if they lose money. They might not even be trading, just hanging out. They might be a retired old fuck that worked in the street. And he's just spinning yarn out there. Or maybe he's a guy that got a divorce. Wife hates his wife, hates his dog. His dog left, the kids left, wife left. He wants to see the world burn. He got fucked by the IRS. He got fucked in politics or something. He got fucked here or there. He's angry. The miserable old fuck, nobody loved him. You don't know. You got to trade what's yours and what's in front of you. And you got to take things like I just said to you and pack them away in your brain. Because these things do matter and actually do matter. And they're simple. You don't need to overcomplicate it. I said to you as we came down here that we can fuck around down here. We need to get busy, don't we? The way ain't down, it's up, isn't it? Where are we going right now? Up. Where are we trading right now? Up. How many people said to you yesterday we're crashing? Or what if? Or look at the last few days. And their shit's on fire right now, isn't it? Or are they going to come back to you later today and said they closed them? Oh, no. I closed them yesterday at the close, bro. Yeah, but last night in the middle of the fucking night, you were saying something else on Twitter. Oh no! Actually, I got caught in that telling you that publicly, but I'm short from right here, bro. How about when I go up there and fucking see you? Say it. Stay up. Say my name. It's not the bottom. It's not the exact bottom. We're likely going to roll back down and touch it again. We're likely going to go back down there again. I want to say next Tuesday. Do you want the date? I'll give it to you right now. We'll likely be back down there next Tuesday again. We're going to go down there and rotor root a little bit, I think. So what we need to do right now is this. I'll show you. So there's some things I'll tell you before we get there. This is Thursday. This might be a little bit wrong here. Not wrong, but somewhere in here, there's a fair chance of us being sent down. Where are we at right now? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Tuesday. Where's somewhere in there? In there. There's likely some kind of a rotor rooter, for lack of a better word. A little aggressive there. There's likely some kind of a either retest here or a little bit of a blast down right in here. And this would propel us up and over this over here. So what will happen is this. Trust me, I'm going to repost that. There's a reason why I posted that too. But right over here, right? These guys are not done yet. Now, they're wrong, but they're going to come in here. And they're likely going to commit. Well, first, they're going to come in and take a swipe at it here. And you're going to back test this hourly half-hour trigger. Let's tell you before we even get there what it's going to look like. And you're going to think you're escaping. And that's going to be a false start, more than likely. Or I would say it's a 70% chance right in there. And you're going to get sent down one more time. And whatever this recovery is should be, whether we bounce here or it bloods really quickly, we'll get that wick. And that'll be your monthly wick for November. Now, this should mark whether this is, I think this is going to be Tuesday of next week. I think. You'll get that like, what the fuck Wednesday and the Jedi Marcus stuff. So we will likely be back here again. And these are opportunities here for you to get long, but like intraday or even for farther out in time. but you likely have not seen the low yet. The low is likely not in. And what you want to be doing in this time period, you can intraday trade this, the degenerates can. But if you're trying to get long into the end of the year, you likely have at least 1 or 2 more opportunities to do it. And if you don't get it right here, when you make this all-time high, listen to me closely here. When you make this all-time high, the market actually does not need to go anywhere. It does not need to go to 700 or 720 or 710 or anything. It can go to 700, but when it comes back down again, you're going to get another chance. So this whole area here you want to pay attention to. And you still need to watch this in the month of November. I mean, I think we're kind of in a done deal to be going up here into the end of the year. I would give it like a 90% chance, but to say that this is the bottom and this is the bottom, and we're not coming back to it at all, probably a misnomer. You'll probably see at some point either these guys or these guys right here will attempt to send you back down either here or over here. And this would actually work out really well if you had something like this right here. And what's key about this is if this is a corrective move, if you don't know what corrective moves are, if this is a larger corrective move, and if this corrective move is stopped, it's the final fucking nail in the coffin for these sellers. Do you want to see what I'm talking about here? I'll show you. Show it to you. Hold on. I'll show you an example of it. There's one right here. This is the low. We go up. We fail. We break above. And what do they do to you? Was the low in? Just say no, Jim James, it wasn't. There's the low on the 17th. We came back just to make sure that these guys were right, didn't we? You got the new high. That told you that we were going to go higher. And then we just checked one more time. And as soon as we did, what happened? What did I say to you on that day? I said, we're not going to crash, and you need to see if we reject up here. It'll take us coming into Monday, I believe. We'll find out on Monday. We gave a tick right here in the middle of the day, and it doesn't show right here. Maybe it was right here. I don't know why it's not showing here, but there was like a really small tick, and it beat that high right there. The moment that happened, I knew. I was like, I don't give a fuck what they say. And we did. We propelled. We launched. So if you want to get to like the 700, 710, 720s, there's a fair chance in here, you're going to like go up here and either make this high or slap that thing, and they will send you right back down here again. And this will move you up into the end of the year. Doesn't have to happen, but it happens frequently. So when I post stuff like that on Twitter, I am wondering who's paying attention. Who's paying attention to the rules? Who's paying attention to this kind of stuff here? And you know what else is fascinating about this is if you missed this move, you'll likely be given another chance to enter. You'll likely have a chance at some point, either in here or even up here, to come down here and grab this. So yes, is the low in? More than likely not. And more than likely, we need that to propel ourselves up too, don't we? On that day, on that Friday when we blasted down, on that day, on that Friday, when we blasted down and you guys said it was going to crash. I remember. I got the fucking videos. They're still on YouTube. We can go back and watch them if you want. I got all your names. I got all your fucking names. I was standing there alone. I think there was like 3 or 4 people with me on that. It was a very, 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 very small group of people. So, the bottom is likely not in. And I'm sure those same cast of characters will be there saying we're going to crash too. Yeah, so will we return back down to where we were? More than likely. And why do we need to return there? I said it in the brief last night. Talked about it extensively. There are some puts that came in yesterday. Say it to you again. Ready? I'm going to say it one more time. Write this down at home. Get crayons out. Slide the bottle of bourbon across from your bedstand. Kick the beer cans under your bed. Push the ashtray over to the side for a minute. Don't kick the dog or anything. Know that they took the nice dog and now you got the mutt. Now go over there and grab that crayon. Grab, I don't know, poop stained sheets or something. Stick your finger in the poop, and I want you to write this on the wall, okay? Some puts came in yesterday. Helps us to move higher. But if we want to propel ourselves up, there's only 2 ways to do it. One way would be where we come back down at some point. Doesn't have to be today. It's not going to be a crash tomorrow. I would think that the mean would be like next Tuesday. It could take a week or 2. It might even take 3 weeks. But there could be a moment where we come back down to that low right there and root around a little bit. And what that would do is it gives us the puts that we need, the hedging that we need to move higher. The fuel, the fear. We haven't created the fear yet on the index level, not the individual stocks. We've had that already. We haven't had it on the index level. So the ability for us to go down there is very valid and should at least be considered. So consider that in the coming week or 2 or 3. I think it should happen next Tuesday, but they got a few shots to take at it. They got a few places where they can sell and send us down there. The key for you is to not panic. Don't buy fucking puts down there unless I tell you. Don't fucking buy puts down there. Just like hammering expensive puts. Don't do that shit. You can get the puts to go down there, but don't be down there like loading up on overpriced puts. That will be used for money to pay the bulls into the end of the year. Okay? Okay. It's now 12 p.m. Trading 679.38. I love that these are red. I wrote these red intentionally today. I'm like, fuck them, it's red for them. So just note that there's definitely possible we can roll to the downside at least once more for the indexes in particular. And if you look at something here, I want to show you one last time if you didn't see it. You should follow Volatility Wiz. He's in my view, he does not care about direction. He cares. He's agnostic to it. He cares about volatility. Cares about how it impacts the stock market and how to make money without having to be right. I think that's even better than being a dumb degenerate like myself or you with directional trading. So I want you to just see this real quick. You might have missed it. This is November, and you can kind of see that we sometimes still get that pop and that roll down. Now, these lines might not show the wicking, but there should be at least one more. There should be at least one more back test at some point. Whether that's a bloodbath or not, I don't know. I don't know if we can actually get that low, but I would at least think about it. Be open to it. And I think that's what matters here too. Is that I think that traders, what they do is they go, it's, you know, like, of course it's the up show only, and I agree with that, but to think that you won't be able to get a nice fat pullback to a daily trigger or to an hourly trigger, or even a blast through for a day, you know, it's a good day for that. Anyone out there know? I said it to you earlier. Vixpiration. You know, oftentimes I think Vixpiration this month is on the 17th, but you can like come into like a Vixpiration Eve or something like a day before, and you like walk into the market and it's a fucking bloodbath. It's like, you know, down 1-2%, and then it's over. The market goes right back into line, and no one talks about it. You'll never hear CNBC say, "Oh, it's because of expiration. We don't know why it's happening," and then everybody forgets about it like it never happened. So we can go back down there, and the bottom is likely not in, or at least for indexes. Likely not in. You will likely see a retest of that low at some point. So don't panic. You don't have to like own everything right now at this moment. I think I've said to you in prior briefs and in conversations on Discord and on the stream, as we move our way through these through this earnings season, if you see quality getting annihilated, to keep track of them behind the scenes. If your shitco gets annihilated, and you see some really deep, steep discounts, like $1 that's trading $1, trading $5, it was trading 20, it's trading 5, it's trading 60, it's trading 30. You're being given a gift. You start collecting those in the background. If you've been bored the last 3 or 4 sessions, Cap won't let me buy a dip yet. Cap won't let me buy a dip yet. Cap's not giving me trades yet. Take that time to watch earnings, watch the companies that get annihilated, and beautiful trade today to the upside, and you'll probably have another opportunity to enter into the index. It's probably not the only chance you'll have. You should be considering at this point. I'm just going to tell you publicly. All of this combined. No, there's one other thing. There is an option where we don't come back. I said we would likely come back down to get more puts for fuel to go up. There is another option. That would be spot up, vol up. I don't prefer that scenario. The ingredients are there. We're not in it right now. The ingredients are there to do it. But that would be a scenario where you do like a spot up, vol up. We top out before we get to December 31st. We could top the market in early December, historically at least. I've looked at it. You'd have like a dead or a volatile December. There is potential for that. Now, if we did that, we wouldn't need those puts. But there's some danger there too. Just like negative gamma, spot up, vol up also has its own version of simplified, own version of all else equal, you'll hear. So we have like CTAs, and we have vol control funds that are kind of right now sellers in all scenarios. When you hear that, some people saying that can also be an ingredient to spot up, vol up. So where we start cranking and melting up. The only issue is that the moment we stop, or you stop buying calls, or there's a breather, those funds will come out. Those trend followers will come out, and they'll hammer the market. So you can see volatility to the downside when you least expect it. So there'll be some volatility in that upside move. Big swings to the downside. And if we hold certain levels, we'll go back up again as they're unloading. Now, there is something else we need to talk about here. I talked about it in the brief last night, but I wanted to discuss this with you. And it's an important topic. Now, I want to say something to you. I fucking hate macro. I really do. I've had people say to me that I'm really good at macro. I have a lot of, I actually have a few guys on FinTwit that are professional market makers, dealer friends. They're legitimate. Like, these guys are legit dealers. And they always make fun of the macro guys. And that is true. Like, theoretically, dealers don't give a fuck about macro at all. Dealers will buy and sell and don't give a flying fuck about what your thesis is, right? But we do need to discuss this. And we need to discuss it right now because I need to get it out there. When we came into, or even before then, I've been discussing with you entering a bubble like the 1990s now for, I think, 2 years, maybe 3, that we had a potential to enter a bubble. And I think every 3 or 6 months I would show you those charts in the 90s. Like, can you hold on? Can you not? This or that or whatever, right? If you're a bear, can you, if you're a bull, can you take that violent move down and then switch back to bull again? Can you do that over a month and a half? You know, like a fucking market crash, and then we're back at it again, and we're still in the same bull run, same bubble. Oftentimes when we come to, not oftentimes, most of the time when we come to an accumulation point in the stock market on multiple time frames, the market is going to do one of three things. It's either going to have a time correction, aka a bear market. So we trade sideways. We'll have lows. We don't make any new highs, or if we make a new high, it's maybe a brief high. We trade slowly and sideways for a period of time that's longer than a month and a half, a year and a half, maybe even 3 years. We've had some periods of even longer, but so you get that first option. The second option is like a crash, a proper crash. The third option is that bubble kind of a thing, where the crash is really fast, the recovery is really fast, and we stay going up, 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 up. Now, when we came into the fourth quarter of 2024, so not this year, but last December, we were due to enter some kind of a bear market, crash with bear markets, couple crashes, bear market. We were due for one. Literally. We weren't getting out of it. There was no getting out of it. That was the top of the market. That was the top of the market last December. Now, there are ways out of that. And I described those to you before we got there. That was the bubble. And when we came into February of this year and we went into our seasonal correction, we said it's probably going to be bigger than we expect. Not what we got, but bigger than we expect. Not 5 or 6%, but you should probably expect 10 or 12 at least. We got 20. We had a crash. I mean, it wasn't defined by a crash by maybe Investopedia. It was a crash. But what did it do? They recovered quickly, right? We ripped all year, didn't we? And We didn't enter a bear market, did we? We didn't enter a double correction. It was very indicative of entering a bubble. And if this bubble were to continue, you would expect more of the same. Oh, you hear me saying that? And now that we're coming into the end of this year, the same conditions are present. So when we enter the end of Q4, the beginning of Q1, the conditions are ripe for either a sideways flat market next year, maybe down, bear market, time correction, or more of the same that we experienced in the spring. And I want to show it to you right now. Now, this isn't, I don't want to get too macro on this stuff. You can't time this stuff. And when you look at this stuff, it could be next month or it could be in 3 or 4 months. But I would expect that it's going to happen sooner than you think in some fashion. Either flat correction, we trade sideways and flat, or we get a bear market-ish, or we have a series of corrections as we move deeper into the bubble. So with that being said, if we can cool it off just enough, we can continue higher, and we can get into a bubble. This bubble could extend. God forbid we don't get into some kind of world war or something, or economic conditions or business cycles end, something like that. There is the potential for us to continue up, even saying that we're due for the top of the market. Again, it's the same scenario. And I want to show it to you if I can briefly here. And I want to show you what these things kind of look like, or how they can manifest. A few different examples of how they can manifest. So I'll take a quick break here. I want you to see, not break, but we have some more upside coming, right? This is 1 p.m. When we get 12 p.m. flows, they usually last till about 1:30, just so you know. Right around there, about 1:30 usually. We'll dick around up here, get a print, and then we'll find out what happens afterwards. See it? And I just want you to see this publicly if I can, okay? I know you guys want to do other stuff, but I want to get it out here in public, so I'm on record for it. And just the things that I'm watching in the background, the things that when you guys don't see me on the show and you're like, hey, what does he do? He's out there partying or whatever. I'm not partying. I just want to, and I know a lot of you guys don't sign up for what we do here and stuff. And I do like even the free members, of course. Even though you don't think that I do. Even though you don't join us, come to the dark side. I just want to get this out publicly. I'm going to mute my camera here. I'm going to mute the chat box and the webcam frame. I apologize here. But I want to get a nice feel for this for all of you out there, okay? And we're going to look at velocity and momentum. And we're going to look at a daily basis here. We're not really going to look here at the charts really quick. But I need to get something across to you, okay? I want to talk to you about how the market is accumulated and distributed. And Banks Institute, of the Street Institute's long-term trades over very long periods of time. And they also do it on shorter periods of time, and on shorter periods of time, and on shorter periods of time. And we come into these crescendo moments. You can actually see here this massive accumulation that's been going on since taxes were changed on a very, very, very high level. And I want to show how they kind of align at times. And monthly is really kind of important here. See this monthly accumulation down. And you can actually see they're still buying over time here too, right? Isn't that shocking? even though you see price action that looks like a Bigfoot stick or whatever. And we have these moments in here too. You can see this massive accumulation in here. See it right there? See it right here? I'm not looking at price right now. You can also look at this, like stuff like this here. A big one right there. See it right in here. Here, here, and here. You can see it in here as well. There's another one. Some peaking in here, right? Some peaking in here, some peaking in here. A little bit of peaking in here. There's a little bit more right here. A little tiny bit more right here. And this is an accumulation in a short period of time right here. See it right there. Then you can see this big distribution zone in here, right? And you can see in here too, there's a couple more. There's like one right here. There's one right here. These are smaller ones, little bump in the road. And you can kind of see they were coming into one right now. Kind of see it right here. It's not quite done yet. But whenever we come into these things right here, you actually see one right here too. This blew off a little bit. See that little blow off right there? Gave us a little more room to run, right? Down here. But then we're able to ramp up right here, and a little bit more. And in the 90s, what we did was we would cool this stuff off. You know, cool this off a little bit, ramp this up for the end of the year, cool that off, let's say in 2026. And you can actually come back up again, come back up again. So there are different outcomes in these scenarios. And this one in particular, you can see how we deleveraged here. We actually needed to do more of it. This is actually one big trade right here. Started, we had that big crash here in 2018, but we were able to actually come back. We didn't actually enter a bear market either. And this big pull up in right here. This is the manufactured COVID crash. In here, you can see the first deleveraging right in here. I'm sorry, this is the COVID crash, manufactured COVID crash right here. You can actually see a little bit of deleveraging right before 2022. You can see the big boy over here, back down in here. And you can kind of see it in here too. Here's one right here. Here's another one right in there. And we're due for one right now. Now, does this happen? You can see it doesn't always happen like immediately. There's also some other shit over here for the next one. And I just want you to know that heading into this new year here, it's likely to happen again. We're likely going to have something like this happen again. And I want you to be aware of it. So we can do stuff like, you know, pump up, and you want to be looking for like, you don't need to be looking at this anymore. Hold on. Go back to SPY. Am I on the right one? Nope. Sorry, wrong one. What I want to say to you is that, or how do you like look at that macro shit and take a top line away from it, or crayons? And it's only that if we normally when this stuff happens, there's a few things you need to know. They normally happen in not black swanish, as people will tell you. Normally they happen in seasonal weakness. So you'll have an idea that it can happen in a certain time frame. You already know that in the late winter, early spring, we normally get weakness. So if you get it in this like January, February, April, whatever, March, April area, If we get a pullback in that time frame, it could be a doozy. It could also turn into a bear market. I would expect the future corrections, if we stay in a bubble, to be vicious. And you should plan accordingly for that. So that's the top line, okay? Whenever this is done, I would expect a pretty big correction. Now, that doesn't mean that you should be fearful and start fucking buying puts or donning a bear suit. And I want to dispel that last thing here. The things that you learn from Investopedia, the things that shitbirds tell you on Twitter. I'm going to tell you for the last fucking time, and I've told you this for years now. You can time tops and bottoms. You will not be caught in a black swan. There are rules. If you see, like if we're in a top or something and you see price roll and you start to see no recovery above or recovery, a blast through the daily trigger, no recovery, and you see the daily trigger chasing you down, that you can go risk off there until conditions improve. I can show you how to do that. You should never, ever, ever again, if you know me, ever, 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 not one time, get caught in a black swan. There are no such things as a black swan. You just have to follow the fucking rules. So if you see price comes to the daily trigger all the time. So you should expect that already. So when it's down there and you're looking to buy a dip and you don't see what you need to see to buy that dip, you lay off the market, and let's say it goes underneath the daily trigger. We start rejecting the daily trigger. You know to go a little bit more risk offish, right? Or just don't buy the dip. If you start to see the daily trigger falling price down to the weekly, that is a risk off sign before we start crashing. Now, you have to do some other things along with this. You have to stay long and add with duration. So that would mean that what? If we start a new bull run, not the beginning or not the middle, not the end. If we start a new, like the next cycle, and if you're new here, you'll be here with me at the start of a new bull run at some point. You've been through a few of them here. So, the next one, you can start again. But from that point forward, when we mark that bottom together, you add along the way. Now, that would be something like I'm buying Ford, or I'm buying this, or I'm buying a smaller ETF that's the SPY, or I just buy one share of SPY. Just one share. Add another one, and add another one, and add another one. Now, along the way, you can trade options. You can do your spreads, and your this, and your that, and your shorting, and all that kind of shit. But you have to be kind of invested the duration of that bull run. So you have different trades that you do, right? Like I'm buying this shit over here, and I'm doing this over here, I'm degenning over there. And you should never get caught. Ever. You might lose a little bit off the top of the whole run, but you're not going to get caught in it. Like, I'm up 30%. Well, I'm not, when we rolled, I'm down or up 28 total. I lost 2 or 3% or something. But I made money along the way with dividends, or I made money away with selling options, or I made money away with degenerate trading or spreads or whatever it is you do. You should never get caught is the main point. You should never, ever, ever be saying the word tax loss harvesting. If you follow the rules that I've given you over and over and over and over again, that should not be a part of your lexicon. And I don't give a fuck if the street has to do it. I don't give a fuck if a retail liquidity provider, that means a loser, has to do it. I care about you and I. There should be no reason you ever get caught in a black swan, ever. And then you should not have your bear suit on right now either. Until that moment when we say, we're calling it, that's the top. Or we're risk off at least. When I tell you we're risk off, we're risk off. There's no maybe, coulda, shoulda, woulda, what about this? What if this data comes in and we crash stuff? You know, that same guy, right? On the opposite side of that, the bulls that do that shit. You do the same shit on the other side of it, right? You sure this isn't the bottom? Sure this isn't the bottom? Sure this isn't the bottom? Sure we're still in risk off? No, I can track that shit back to the 1800s. I'll tell you when we're in risk on, when we're risk off. We're risk on. Currently. And when we go through this next cycle, I want you to be there for it. Or if we come into some time next year where we get a crash or major correction, if we go risk off at any point next year, I want you to be able to shift. And when I say we're back risk on again, and I want you to be able to shift again with me. And there are times where 2022, there was a time I think we were like risk on, risk off, and then people were like, "Why are you saying that? Your whip's on me," and I'm like, "That's what it is. Risk on, risk off. Sell your shit. We'll get back in a minute." And then we eventually, of course, went risk on again. So if you follow those rules consistently, you'll never get caught again. And that should dispel some fear for you out there as we continue on in this market, rather than circling this entire conversation back to the original statement, which is like, does data matter? Soap opera, stories that need to be told, the maybes, the wouldas, the couldas, the shouldas, the possibles, maybe. Those things don't fucking matter. Are we risk on? Are we risk off? Follow your fucking rules. I get cut up. I lose trades. I lose trades, man. I get beat up. I get cut up. No, the key is to not get too cut up, right? Cuts aren't so bad. The brutal one is when you're just constantly losing, constantly getting cut up. Wrong trade, wrong place, chasing tops, thinking bottoms are going to crash, whatever, that kind of stuff. Trading higher now, trading 680, 13. $9 away from all-time highs. You're going to have to wait for it. They're not going to send it back down here for a minute. You got to wait. You might get a chance next Tuesday. If we go spot up, vol up, I'll say something to you and just start chasing from there. What's up, Shaq? Reach for the sky. Price target hit. Just think, just hang out, relax, take a few days off, take money from October, get your first real up day, feels good, chase price all day long, up to the moon. Hey, look at that big red bar right there. R2 target 681.97. Just note that there's a 4-hour bar right here. And we've got some R2 resistance just above it. Feeling bullish now? I just got asked, do we see a spicy DGen SPX Power Hour YOLO play today? Yes, this morning at 9:30. Definitely. It's been going on now for 3 straight hours. It's been a big old orgy. We gotta put a cough drop in here. Note that there are sellers nearby. I'll take us a minute to just look behind. You know that these cast of characters are right here. Your classic traditional chartists says sellers are right here. R2 is right here. 4-hour resistance right here. Also note that this is 680. Shaq, the target here is basically 62 or 682.50. I just don't know if it's gonna be easy to get there. If you want to like the price target, it's right here. Just how we get there can be dangerous. This is where things get kind of choppy and sloppy. We are above the 1-minute trigger, so everything is fine. If there's a failure at any point, you'd be looking to buy, of course, the hourly and half-hour trigger at 677.44, potentially even 678.93. You can leave runners on. You can actually take your money right now and you can buy cheap shit they can let burn if you want to give any money back to the market. Don't feel like you can't like take the money. I renegotiate trades all the time. Like I'll buy something cheap. If we go up the big move, I get out of it and then I'll buy something dirt
S&P
cheap
500 still extending
for
gains here,
extra
up
money.
around spot
I don't like
85%.
runners. I always like taking the money and then buying cheaper options. I'm going to review this really quick for a member. Doggone it, you still there? You watching the show? And doggone it, if you're watching the show, say something in the chat in Discord. I'm assuming you missed this. You're here? Okay. Ready? So we reviewed this earlier, but I want to review it again in case anyone missed it. It's kind of important, okay? I'm going to go over it again. So if you remember back when we were in September, I don't forget. So this was the buy here in September 17. This wick kept us alive. This began the process of distribution into the end of the year. When we got into October, the easy thing to say was October would be red. The other easy thing to say would be that's where we'd crash. Marko Kolanovic, whatever his name is, he said something to that effect. And a lot of other regurgitators said the same thing. My response was that the crash did not start in October. It started in September. Specifically in September 17th. But that there would be a series of more highs before the roll. My point in that was that you would trigger price action that kind of looks like this. What happens is, and even on a bigger scale, it ends up looking like this. And then you end up rolling. The reason I say that is because the street are elephants. It takes them time to distribute. Now, the easy thing to say at that time period was, the easy thing in that time, now it could be shorter, it could be longer, but it looks like 700, 720 is about the target from, these big elephants. They look for big numbers like 700, 720. Just do it there, bro. And start taking the money when we get into like 680 and shit. Like 680 to 720, we start unloading when we can. You can already see that with like CTAs, and you can see it with vol control funds, and so people are taking the money and running, but they're not dumping it all at once. And there's no trigger for Black Swan. So anyways, what's more important was I want you to just watch this price action. So when they bought this, we failed this level. That's to be expected, right? I always tell you guys, like, come into support or resistance. Oftentimes you'll reject the first time. You don't need to know why. I'm not going to tell you why. I tell you guys why sometimes, but then you break above it, right? Then eventually you get above it, you start building the shit pile. This is going down, by the way. You build Poop Island going the other way, and then you make your way down, right? So in this case, we go up here. We come back down. We buy the low. It sends us up and over. This is what's important. More importantly, too, is we got the new high here. Now, if this was the low to trade that high, we still came back down, didn't we? So this is when you get like the degenerates They're like, the low is in, bro. It's up only show. And then all of a sudden you go right back to that same place, right? It's where the people were buying and bought. Woohoo, made some money. Woohoo, made some money. Woohoo, made some money. Right? So, thesis wise, if we're going up to a new level up here, what do we need to do? Same thing, right? Similar-ish. Doesn't have to happen like this, but we can do spot up, vol up. But we kind of need to know a few things. Like, so we got this. You guys understand what all this is, right? So you're got a marked high here. You come back down, you form a base. Looks like a triangle. We can rooter down here. That's fine. I don't like it. I don't like going down here even for a minute, but we can. On these big frames, it doesn't matter as much. But what needs to happen right now, I think I said this yesterday, is what needs to happen right now. I think I said it in the Discord late last night too, right? We kind of have to make a run up here. Quick. Now we can come back down here and test this again and get up here. That's one option. Because you still have these sellers up here. So that's your double bottom. Right? There's another option. We come up here, they sell us down, we hold the hourly trigger, and we go up here and like smash either just an all-time high or even just fail this right here a little bit more. It's very common, though, to come back down again right there. What that also does is it shows you two things, or it shows you a bunch of shit. Like, it shows you that the buyers are stronger than the sellers. It would also show a failed double correction. Here, here, and then here. Instead of this. So it's like this, this, and this. You most definitely do not want to see something like this either, because that means we're just in a double correction. There's a bunch of shit in here, but so basically right now what you kind of need to do is you kind of like need to go up here. You can do this if you want, that's fine. I don't like it. I would prefer to have it be something like this. Hold, and then go up there and make that high. That's all you need. You don't need to be up here doing your fifth wave or your third wave. That does not need to happen. You can still be in your third wave and like come back down here, fuck around in here, come right back up here. You're still part of your third wave. So to say that this low is in, more than likely not. And I'll give you an example right here. Now, people will see stuff like this and they'll think, oh my God, we're going to crash. That's not what this was doing. And not only that, we recovered. You can actually, I remember this blood, it was horrible down here, right? They were like, it's going to crash down. I'm like, no, you gotta first come back up and reject this to have the continuation of the downside. And when we woke up, we were above it. And we did more than the, we did more than the halfback trade. And that also told you right then and there we're going higher. So, the likelihood that this bottom is in is not guaranteed. It could be something where can be somewhere where you just get sent right here and we're off and running. My only issue that I have with this is that if we don't go back down here, is that we won't have the puts that we need to go to 700, 710, 720. We need that put fuel, that fear. There is puts in the market right now that we accumulated yesterday for this move. But I personally would like to see that, like just one more down there. And that would like fuel the rocket ship ride to, fuels the rocket ship ride to here and even higher. Well, there is another option where we don't go back down there. Where they come in and sell us. We hit the hourly trigger. Go up there and hit this bad boy right here. Come back down, consolidate, and start moving higher too. But this could eventually turn into spot up, vol up, melt up kind of a scenario. I don't like these because they get violent, like whipsaw type action. I don't like spot up, vol up. The other reason I don't like spot up, vol up is even if you go up here, let's say you do the bam, bam up here, right? And all of a sudden you're like bam, bam. Not in this time frame, but like violence up here. Normally when you're in spot up, vol up, all that shit comes back. That isn't another option. We are primed for some of that, but for the mean trade, it's not infrequent for us to come back. Is my point. You can actually see one right here too. What's going on here? They're very frequent. So there's one right there. There's one right there. There's one right here, and then back down again. So my only point here is that oftentimes you'll see people say shit like you'll see like pumpers, degenerates. They're just like, that's the bottom, bro. And it's like this all the way till we're done. It's just not like that. So does that make sense or no? Oh, nice. David AMS is here. Winky's here. Good to see. The right people are here. We got the right people here. Everybody's coming out to play now, right? Everybody got their vacation in? I got mine in. Did you guys go to New York and shit? You got Winky? Did you get a good vacation? David AMS took a little vacation. All the patient traders are awake. Good to see, by the way. Good to see you guys. All the gangs here, huh? What's going on, gangsters? I noticed the last like 3 or 4 sessions. I didn't say anything anywhere, guys, but I was like, I almost said something. I was like, I'm not going to say a word. Like inside the Discord on public, and I was like, I ain't going to say shit. Because I know that the good traders were like, yeah, I'm just going to go fuck off for a few days. Like October 27th, 8th, 9th, 31st, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Let the fucking degenerates get eaten alive. Let the bears call everything. Fucking writing fucking manifestos. I was like, I can't wait to see those guys back again. And then this morning, or late last night, I wrote the manifesto, and I'm like, these fucking guys are going to start
the live videos on the feed.
As soon as we hit 670 last night, well, the 4-hour failure yesterday, I was like, we're going to definitely trade 72 and 70. And then we did it in the overnight. Then like we hit it at like 10 p.m. last night. And I was like, well, we're done with that fucking trade. And we've triggered the bottom or the theoretical bottom. And so now the big discussion becomes, is this bottom? Do we come back here? Do we go back down for some more puts, some more fear or not? Like we're in phase 2 now. And that was what that brief was. If you read the brief last night, the idea behind that brief is that we were in a phase of profit taking at 6,900. And so you're then sitting back and being patient. So the next phase was let the market pull back and we'll check each level and see what people are doing. And every time we'd come down one level, there's like buyers there, right? Then we come down one more level and there's buyers there. And then we know that when we come down to this fucking level right here, and we hit it last night. Og was there. He was like, boing. And I was like, we hit it. So like 667, 670, like that whole area, that brings out the real traders. That brings out like the hibernating bulls or bear bulls or bear pig bulls or the bi-curious traders. All your good traders crawl out of the woodwork. The ones that you haven't talked to for a while, they're just like, oh, here we are. Let's see what happens. It's a signpost. It's an alarm clock. Everybody wakes up and goes, okay, what's going on? And now these guys want to see what these sellers. I can tell you. I don't even have to tell you what they're thinking. These guys want to know how if these sellers are strong. These guys want to know what the back test is like. These guys want to know if everything is in place for the run into the end of the year. And all these questions are being answered, aren't they? All the new information's coming in right now. I know the real traders don't. The real traders, I'm not speaking to those guys. I'm speaking to all of you. Those guys already fucking know. I could tell those guys once and they'd tell me the same story back. We talk privately in the background. Most of those guys are like, I can't believe you have the intestinal fortitude to repeat this shit on regurgitation every day to people. Oh, yeah, baby. Vacation time. Yeah, there's a little like, David, I think we're going to pull back down. It's Tuesday, bro. I think there's a fair chance of us getting back down there like Tuesday of next week. Some kind of back test. These fucking sellers aren't going to do this easy. This ain't going to be easy. I don't think it is. Maybe. I think we can squeeze up to like ATH and then fucking sell this fucker down. And we got Vixpirations on, I think the 17th. So you got nope. 19th. Vixpirations on 19th, so you got like the 18th. There's a nice sweet spot there for a little bit of blood. Today's only the fucking 5th. I told you guys on the show yesterday, I was like, if we go down to fucking 667 or even 670 this early, it's not bearish, it's bullish. People are like, sure that's not bearish, bro? I'm like, all the bears were like, sure. I'm like, no, dude. If you actually walked, if the market walked us down slowly in all the way into Vixpiration, I'd be scared shitless. If we were floating around underneath the daily trigger and it's like Vixpiration, I'd be scared. I would take that as bearish. Like failure to start is a problem. And I'm not talking about a flat correction. I'm talking about like creeping a slowly underneath trend, watching trends roll over. I don't like those situations. So today's about right, the 5th. This is about it. Now, historically, we squeeze some more. Then we roll hard. And of course, the bears are going to come out again and say we're crashing. That ain't going to happen. Not what I can see so far. The only reason I see to go down there is more puts, more put fuel. I don't like spot up vol. I fucking hate trading it. I just don't like it. I'm not a fan of spot up vol up. I'll do it. I just don't like it. I think degenerates like it, but I think degenerates lie that they like it. I think that degenerates don't have the diamond hands to just get long and hold it for days on end. I'm going to take a quick break here. I just want to let you know we're likely going to grind here, pop up and down and stuff. There's probably some form of a horse trading going on with options here. We do have a target higher of 682.50. We're in cash market right now, so if you want to know why I have that number up there, that 682.50 is because it's $2.50. It implies we have more highs to come. if the way is higher, you want to see that peak above at some point. The number would change if I was looking at ES or SPX, or if we're in aftermarket hours. Oh, and by the way, if David AMS, if you're out there, dude, I watched that fucking slam down in futures on ES last night. Woo! It was the most beautiful fucking thing that I saw last night. I hadn't seen shit like that in at least a month. I was like, God damn, it's beautiful. Like when I rocked that daily trigger last night, I was like, fuck, I want to buy that so bad right now. Anyways, give me a few minutes. I'm going to go potty really quick. I got to go pee-pee. I'm going to put Trump on here in the background.
It's pretty aggressive, and we change it, you'll feel it.
Uh-oh, right now it's Tony Robbins.
One right now, 7, 8, or 9 for you. Get your hand up so I can see.
Or is it over?
Real quick, if you would.
Did I miss it?
Fantastic. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I want you to put both, forget about that now. Shake your body out. Shake it out.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
Close your eyes and put your hand
Hold
on
on
your
here.
heart. Physically touch your heart.
Let's see if I can find Trump here. Hold on. There's no way that's Trump. They got why they put Tony Robbins on? Really, Tony Robbins? I mean, I'm a fucking influencer, and even I don't watch that guy. Like all the failed influencers watch guys like him. Sorry. I don't see a live stream. Oh, I guess this is it right here. It's Tony Robbins right now. Okay, Tony Robbins is on Fox News.
Or love into your heart for a moment. What does your heart allow you to feel?
I'm going to leave him on low for the moment.
What does your heart guide you
No, I'm just going to mute him. I've got it on the background. When he comes back on, I'll play him, okay? I'm not playing Tony Robbins. I'm not fucking doing it. Guy will probably come out and hit me with a copyright infringement or some shit. He's like, that wasn't news. I don't even want to say what I want to say. All right, I'll be right back. Give me like 5 minutes here. Is hitting the shitter or hitting the head? There we go. I've got the news squawker on for you. There's one more target up here in SPX of I got 6833 or 6832.35. We hit this in the overnight. This little thing right here, we did that in the overnight. Don't need to see that. Doesn't show on SPX, showed up on ES.
The Bank of Canada to cut 10% of staff as Canada's PM Carney hunts for savings. Shortly expecting the results from the Fed reverse repo facility. 12 counterparties take $12.7 billion at the Fed's reverse repo operation. Trump is now approaching the podium at the American Business Forum. Live video again is on the feed. Trump speaking live now.
All right, let's go do the second half of this show right now. Okay, a couple things. We got to do some. I want to get a couple things out of the way here. We're going to talk about something important. I don't see Trump here. They're doing some Tony Robbins shit. Few things we're going to talk about. Then we're going to get into some expectations from here. So today is like yesterday on the inverse, to an extent, and we're going to talk about a few things here. So, then we're going to talk while we wait for this. We're going to talk about employment and unemployment, employment data, that kind of stuff. I'm still. I think I got sick. Now, you don't need to understand these things exactly. I think we talked about this yesterday ad nauseum or whatever. This isn't really the best. Yeah, I want to show this right here. How do I show this here? There's a better way to show this. Hold on one sec. Hold on a second here. How do I show this? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This might be an easy way to show it. Hold on here. This might be an easier way to show this. I'm not sure if I might fuck this up a little bit, but you can look at yesterday's price action in here, and you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, right? You see that? These are 1 hour candles. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna have to draw this a little bit thinner. Hold on here. See if this one right here. Can you see that at home? See this like big up candle in here, right? And we start the next 4 hour candle on this low right here. And what's important about this, there's two things important about this. This is the start. I'm drawing this. I should draw this a little bit better here. Hold on. Can I draw a box in here maybe? Rectangle. Awesome. Even better. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can kind of draw that candle. What sucks is that you can't really see this too well, but you get the gist, right? That's a 4 hour candle. The reason I'm saying that is because you can see this right here. This is the low. We started this, we came all the way down here and we swept more than 80% of this candle right here. You see it? Which it already implies we're going down. But at the start of this new 4 hour candle, you are given an opportunity to trade higher. And it's about 80% of that prior candle on a 1 hour basis. Now, we could have rolled on the little sellers, right? Little Jim Bros, or even have squeezed up and still went down. So yesterday, in the end of the day, people were like, what are you doing? I'm like, well, I think we could squeeze here. And I think that was like 678 or something like that. Now, of course, at one point, we weren't able to do that. We got sucked back in. But this trade down was already guaranteed. When we were on the show yesterday, I told you that, right? You heard me in the show tell you, I'm like, we're already going down. I don't know if we do it in cash market, if we do it in the overnight or whatever. I don't know if we do it in the open. And so that's what we did. We went down. And we went down to our first. He's speaking right now, but we're going to wait for him. This is more important. So we went down, and not only did we go down for the next 4 hours, but we're looking for the next major support. We know that 670, a big zero, is going to be demand. And that demand triggered in the overnight. So that's not your 667. That's just your first major inflection point. Okay? So they blast in, they start buying it, and then we do a series of 4 hours for Asia, a series of 4 hours for London. No violations. We start squeezing higher now. And these things are kind of important. And we're kind of at an inverse right now. You've got the prior day's high right here. And we're above it, aren't we? So we have what? We have right now a higher low from in here, but no higher low right here yet, right? We do have a higher low from the overnight sessions. That's positive-ish. But the real positive here is that we're above the prior high from yesterday, right? Now, of course, it'd be better if we had a higher low. We kind of do right here. There's a higher low. There's a back test. So I guess that wipes out even that one, doesn't it? And now we have a higher high from yesterday's high, right? All important stuff. This is just candlesticks. Nothing else. Just candlesticks. No indicators, no Momo, no nothing. No other things to help us know anything. That's all we know. There's something else that's important to know here now. So this is kind of the inverse of yesterday, isn't it? You get where I'm going with this? So now you've got one candle, two candles, three candles, and four, right? So you've got your high right here. And this is your candle, right? It's your 4-hour New York cash candle with 4 1-hour candles within it, right? Now it's the inverse, isn't it? So if you have that here, why can't I do that shit? God damn it. Anyways, I'm going to try to draw this as best I can. So right here, you've got just this candle right here. You got this 4-hour. And there's a bunch of information in there, isn't there? And there's some things in here that you can't see, right? Like you got your 1 and your 5-minute trigger. You got some other information. You've got this line right here. I think that's 680. That's your 1 and 5-minute trigger. Your hourly and half-hour trigger is at 677.4. That's right about here. Now, if this was in the inverse, we can go what? We can bounce down here and go up. And we actually also have a half an hour and an hourly trigger up here, right? Right there at that level. This is the halfway point. And there's a lot of momentum here too, isn't there? You can't see it with candles, but it's there. You could also flush all of these buyers out one way or another. Either the pullback is to the 680, 679, or it's down to that 678, 674 and a half. Now, we could just start blasting off candle after candle. That does happen, but it's rare. If you're looking for like edge, you're looking for either the pullback to the 1 and 5 minute on 680, I believe. I'll have to go look, but I think it's like 680. 680, 679 and a half, somewhere in there. You can flush out all those buyers, those FOMOers. Or you could really flush them the fuck out and take them down to like 679 and a half and ruin their day, and it's still bullish. Now, we could also here just park right here and start ramping too. You know, one thing to say here is that there's a lot of FOMO. You know, I've been telling you, like, we left on 6,900, and I'm like, I'm going to New York City. I left you on a high. I said, we're coming to the end of the month. Come back in the beginning of the month, and we'll start looking at the market again. It's been brutal for me to tell people, just stop and hang on. Just hang out. Let's see what happens in the pullback to the first level. Let's see what happens in the second level and the third level. But when you tell buyers to wait, even though you've got algorithmic buying from the street on all three of those levels, and some call sellers, professional option sellers too. I'm telling you to wait, and we get to the level where we need to wait for in the overnight. So I write you the brief. I put the picture on it that says we stepped off 6,900 and we're looking, is this the bottom? And that brings out everybody, doesn't it? Brings out your kick-ass directional traders, brings everybody out of the woodwork. Brings out your bad traders too. Now, those bad traders can get us to just keep squeezing here. They can push price. You know, sometimes they get sucked down too. But you know that today in particular, the really good traders know to be out and about and slumming. And also in my brief last night, the intent behind it was that I knew we were there and they know that we're there. We knew this at 10 p.m. last night. I stayed up and wrote a brief until 2 fucking o'clock in the morning because I knew that too. And then it brings out that interest. And it also brings out the people that have been patient. You know, you're patient for 2 weekends, 3 or 4 sessions, and you've been trained to buy every fucking dip. And you're told to sit the fuck down and shut up for a week. No one wants to do that. I don't want to do it. And so everybody wants to start buy. And then you've got your fear gang and you've got your doomers and they're now chasing and everybody's here. So you want to think about this new 4-hour candle. And you got 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we just started our first hour of our 4-hour candle. This is going up. It's just a matter of when. It's either going to be right fucking now, close, or whatever. And where are we going from here? So you start to look at this right here, and there's a few things you need to see. There's a gap up here. This is a gap. Do you see it? This is a fake bullshit gap in here. This was sold in illiquid hours. And we're in cash market. So there's this gap right about here. Now, usually we'll pull this back a little bit to close said gap. We can do this in cash market, which would be brutal for the sellers. We can do it though not in cash market, which would be a pro for this selling, right? Now, we did have some real money selling up here, so you're going to encounter some resistance up here. And you've got these sellers up here too, right? Look at these guys. These fucking guys know, the real sellers know that they can hit you right in here or on the open or whatever. So you got to kind of be aware of this shit. The best trade here is for some kind of a pullback to close the gap to the open. The other thing you want to think about is there going to be a buyer here? Because you might have 0 dates or 1 dates that become 0 dates for tomorrow, and some of you don't know if there'll be a buyer there or not on the open. And I'll tell you right now, if we pull back and go up there won't be a buyer. There'll be a seller there. So even if you were going to do this pullback and up into tomorrow in cash market, you would more than likely want to put it on a call spread that expires tomorrow. So you don't have to deal with that. There's something else in here too. If you wanted to take off all the risk and you wanted to do the degenerate trade here, you could capture it up here in the open, but if it sold before we got there and came back down, you'd be looking for that next hourly trigger to come up and make that all-time high up here. So you could actually push your call spread out for Friday. Or you could take a backtest call in the money that's dated, let's say, for Wednesday of next week, and you're looking for the print or an out of the money call that's dated for next week at, say, 688. And you're fine with these pullbacks or a call spread to print on Friday. And that is the target right there, right around there, 688. And you're going to get sellers up here. And these sellers on just the first attempt at an all-time high are going to want to do what? Take that entire trade away where it started. Over here. Over here. They're going to try to take this back down into Tuesday. Does that make sense? If these buyers aren't here because these are midday buyers, these aren't the origination buyer down here, that shit could come all the way back down there by Tuesday, couldn't it? Do you see how all this works out? So when you're like planning your trades or the structure of your trade or how we get there from here, you start thinking about where the gaps are, where the best trade is, where the best dip is, where you can get paid in here, a pullback in here, maybe even a print over here on Friday. You feeling me? And then you got to wonder about where the real fucking buyer was. Them motherfuckers probably right here. You're at least coming back to here. That's 674. Have a little panic with a wick. Whoop. And you're off and running again next Tuesday. Now, I don't know if we're going to come back down here, if we're going to squeeze up and make an all-time high. I don't know. I don't know if this buyer steps back in, then brings us up next Friday to an all-time high. Just that moment I just spent with you, you should stop this program and mark at the time on your, or you should mark the time right here and remember what I just did with you here. And I haven't shown you any triggers, momentum, where they are, where the buyers are, any of that kind of stuff. And the triggers actually validate these moves. Even if we blast through for a minute and recover it, then you know you can take that trade up. Then you can optimize the price of that trade. We haven't even gotten into all that other shit, but do you see it now? So that's how far you plan ahead. Now, things can go wrong too, can't they? Something gets violated. We blast down to that percent, and then we get some bad news or something. We're rolling down there. I take 80% of that, and I go, oh, fuck, we're going to go back down there, then up. But at least I know where all these places are along the way. And even if I've got some kind of a print that's right here and you get smashed down here and come back for it, or I buy some puts to offset the price or cost of that trade, you know, there's a bunch of different shit you can do in here to never lose any money. You guys understand what I'm saying to you right now? Like what I just said to you right now, what I just drew for you, I guarantee 95% of you could not do that with no script, no research. 95. You should clip that moment I just had with you and review that for yourself like 30 times. You guys understand what I'm saying to you here? If you don't, you should rewatch this part of the program. So let's simplify it right now. We'll make it easy like crayons. So we're going to go over here. And look at that. We're rolling, right? We've got the start of a new hour, right? So let's delete everything here. We're going to start at a 4-hour basis. And hey, look at that. We got some sellers up there. Shocker. Make that yellow. Make that one yellow too. Make it look evil. We're going to write 4 right there. What does that denote when I write 4? A 4-hour candle. Right? There's some other neat stuff up here, like you have to get up this high to make some other shit happen up here, whatever. I already showed you that, though. What we're going to do is we're going to go to a 1-hour basis here. And here's the first level right here. Here's the first place that could push us higher. This is green. And it's also your 1 and 5 minute trigger. 1 and 5 minute trigger right here. And then you've got your next one. This is the sweep right here. Do you see your prior high from the day before right here? And what's meeting us up there right now? This is predictive, isn't it? So we're not prices up here still, but we're not there yet. But look at what's coming up. You've got triggers chasing up here right now. So you theoretically could do this, couldn't you? See this one right here? This would be violation right here, right? Some bad news, bad data. Something hits the tape that's unaccounted for. We want to know if we go that deep that we're fucked. But for right now, you could draw it just like this, couldn't you? You could take that high and you could draw this dotted. You can even draw it down here, can't you? And you can think about something else here. We're starting a 4-hour. This is 1600. You could draw this down like what? Like a dotted arrow, right? Why is that a dotted and not a solid line? Because I just explained it to you, right? We could dot, 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 and then rip. Or we could dot, 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 and rip, right? So I got the one right here. I got the one right here. These are, this is where you buy a dip, isn't it? And we're already expecting some kind of a move higher. And I showed you where that was, didn't I? I said that the gap that was left behind was at 683.22, right? Right here. There's 681. There's 683.22 somewhere in here, right? Let's go back to that 4-hour chart. And what do we really want up here? We really want this target right here. Really want to hit that one. We want to hit this one right here if possible too. 684, 683. We got the gap right here. 682, it's 683.34. And we got this top tick right here. Let me get rid of this. Get rid of that. I'm going to do a little box right here. The second one right here. If you wanted to get real exacting. What do I want to see happen between now and open tomorrow? There's Wednesday, here's Thursday, 9 a.m. What do I want to see happen? I want to see us move higher from here. Now, we don't necessarily need to take that right away. We could do this. And grind that at 9 a.m. and come up here for 10 a.m. or something. That doesn't really matter to me. How about I do just 12 p.m. for tomorrow? We got flows, right? I'll make it the worst possible it would be. I'm going to look for this right here, right there. I want to get just above this one, right? I don't need to care about this right here, just this right here. So that's a solid. So we got dot, 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 dot. Make it bigger. Dot, dot, dot. And I actually would like it to go as deep as possible. So I get the best fucking price. And I really, tomorrow at some point, just need to do that. This could be 1:30 in the afternoon. Could be 10 a.m. Could be 9 a.m. I don't give a fuck. All I need to do is hit this number. Open 12, 1:30. I don't give a fuck. That's my target, though. And I'm going to give it 12 o'clock. I'll learn a lot of information if I come down here and start failing. If I come up here and start failing. Tells me a bunch of different shit, doesn't it? But this is the expectation. And why is this the expectation? Because we're going higher. We're expecting to go higher. So I'm up here right now. I break above, peek my head up. These sellers come in. These guys are like mad now. They're pissed off. Right? I already know that I'm stronger than them. That's all I need to know, right? I know I got an end of the week coming on Friday. I also know that I likely do not make an all-time high. I'm likely going to fail right before the close on Friday. Fail the all-time high. Now, in this case, I also have my hourly trigger coming up, don't I? Easy peasy, right? Not hard at all, is it? I got Friday, 9 a.m. We love selling shit by like 10 or 12, don't we? We'll write 12 in here. I got another dot dot in here, don't I? Down here, right? This is the basis of my trade. I think that these guys are going to step back in over here, right? This is Thursday, 1300, 2, 4, 5, 1600. Start a new candle over here. New 4-hour candle. Up all day long, back down again tomorrow. And I'm just looking for this last piece over here, aren't I? That's it. Now, where's the bigger question here? I come back into next week, right? This is Tuesday at 9 p.m. We know it's slightly lower. We know these guys are actually down here. It doesn't show on this chart, but there's 669.70. And we got to think about something. We're coming back down here next week. These are all Thursday, Friday. Now, sometimes you'll see on Monday a push higher to show strength, all-time highs. That's how fast that shit happens. Buying begets buying. But we want to, like, let's say we open Monday morning on a high, right? Monday morning we open on a high. All-time high. So we could come down here, right? Fade this. 12 o'clock, right? Fade, fade, fade. Fade, fade, fade. Hold. We can even hold that right there. Come back on a Monday, all-time high. We come down, we could fail this, come down here, hit this on Friday, back down in that 4-hour candle, all-time high on Monday morning. Doesn't matter. What does matter is where did that fucking trade start? And that fucking trade started down here. These are the baller buyers over here. Where are they now? Probably somewhere right here. So you come back on Tuesday, Monday, Tuesday, all the way back down here. There's your buyers again. So you come back in here, you pop in a little 1 hour down here, blammo. We get rid of this 70 again for now. We know about the 66, 7 or whatever. We'll put that in later. We think that the next round of buyers are here now, right? Next week. Call that Tuesday, 1600. Right fucking here. So yeah, pop in on a Monday, jackknife this shit down, get rid of all those bullshit artists. Back down there. All of a sudden, we're off and running again. Maybe we get that last little dip down there. Snap that bad boy right there. There's the wick you don't remember, and we're off and running. We don't get the wick. What the fuck do you care? You get to jump back in the shit already again. Oh, I missed it. 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 I'm getting long, bro. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And that's where we're getting long right there. Last known buyers over here. Plan going ahead right here. Get long any way you want, however we get there. There's your expectation into tomorrow, Friday, and Monday. Unless something changes that we don't see. Can you guys get the chat rolling again? Can you guys post something? Be like, Cap, you suck. I hate your guts. Worst trader ever. I fade everything you do. Whatever it is. Put YouTube chat, Twitch chat. Maybe I'll do it. Here, I'll do something. Hero. Or what do I say? He-Man. What do I say? Yo, motherfuckers, are you out there? How about on YouTube? Hold on, let me take the. You guys want to chat on YouTube? Is YouTube even on? YouTube might be down. Hold on here. Let me just check YouTube here. Subscribers, that's free, right? Yeah, if you subscribe to YouTube right now, you can chat. Sup? Yo. If you subscribe on YouTube, you can chat. Say a chat so I can get this chat rolling. Is YouTube even on? Let's find out. I'll turn the YouTube show off. Let me turn the YouTube show off here. I'll just turn it off. Hang tight here. Let me turn this off here. I don't see anybody chatting on YouTube. I don't think YouTube's on. Son of a bitch. Let me just see this here. Oh, it says I'm live there. Oh, there's people watching it right now. I can't. Oh, there, I see the chat now. I see the chat. All right. My bad. I can see the chat now. It's something fucked up with YouTube. Thanks, guys. What's up, everybody in YouTube? What's going on? The chat is on. What's up? What's up, Mike, Dan, Patricia, Gregory, Hepcat? What up, brother? Kemp 6149, NTH 727. What up, Dan? What's up, Brislin? I haven't seen your ass in a while. What's going on? What's up, VI Princess? Mike Day, Red Rabbit, what's going on? Milky Cocoa Puffs. Nice name, bro. Go Stags, what's going on? So you guys can see this, right? Fairly easy, right? Do yourself a solid and go back to that part of the program where I did with just candles. Get us Pluto Pop, what's up? Dan Breslin, what the fuck, brother? Good to see you, my man. So this is where we are right now. I got the chat open on YouTube if you're watching. Feel free, say whatever you want. Say Captain Jim James sucks balls. What's going on, Super Gal? I love you, Super Gal. Good to see you. Yes, sir. So this is what we're looking for here. Now, I want to say something to you. This is the important part. We are in a little bit of a situation where these fucking buyers will try to buy this right now to the close. Everybody's out and about right now. So I can see that happening. We don't need to flush this whole entire thing. We just flushed them. See it? See that wick right there? We're flushing them right now. You're flushing the turds out right now. But, I will say to you this, which is, I love all of you. I got some, you guys want to know something? In a minute, I'm going to we're going to do the second part of the program here in just a moment. Maggie! I'm like yelling, like your father does to you, like 4 floors away. Get down here right now. Daddy wants to speak to you. The thing I want you to know here is that you can plan this stuff out. And if something goes haywire, you can say, like, even these triggers, if you get the reversal, this is the line right here. You know that the trade is dead. Or you know that you can take the trade if it holds and sends you higher. It's like the dumbed down version of counting candles. Dumbed down version of ICT. That kind of stuff. So, hey, hold on. Stay over there for 1 minute. Stay over 1 minute. I got to put you on the film over here. You didn't get dressed yet. She looks like she just went to school. I know you went to school, but I want to talk to this audience about something with you. So, preteens. So we're going up. And there's going to be some traffic up here. And you got to, structure your trades to maybe account for some kind of, oh, gotcha moment. And then go up. Let's say they got you on the open tomorrow, and then you still get your print, but it's later in the day. So call spread, farther out in time trade, more time on it, handle a bloodbath or a fake out, or some kind of fucking bear telling you middle of the night that everything's going to be awful, or any of that kind of stuff. That's why I just want to hear it. I'm like, yeah, I'll talk to you in the morning or something. So there's your outlook. If you want to snip it. And where's Monday? Monday's way the fuck over here at 9 a.m. So, we can dick around all day long in here, get up here into the close, and then whammo, Monday morning, then we're down. So, I'm kind of reining in your expectations a little bit too, aren't I? Remember that Thursday, Monday, this is Thursday, right? And this is Friday. Even when we get this, you like to see the sweep lower during Monday, Tuesday. We have had a lot of days around here where on Monday we've gone vertical and we don't sweep this shit lower until Wednesday, Thursday close. So you can be left waiting. That has been a very common price action for your upcoming week. So that can happen next week. I'm going to tell you that now. But that's why we're always looking for that weekly sweep. It's we come into next week here, and let's say it goes fucking bananas on Monday. Yeah, fuck you, bro, to the close. And then it still comes back on like Wednesday, the close down there. It might take some time. Sometimes we just pop our head up. No, in the old school days, we just pop our head up and then we would go down here, fix all that on Tuesday, and then we go back up on Friday. But oftentimes we're doing it a little bit more excessive or crazily. But for right now, where we are, this is probably all you need to know. And we're looking fucking sexy. And you're likely going to get another chance to buy another fucking dip. You just need to remember where these buyers are. They were down here at 70, and they're likely higher again. Oh, wait, come on back. So I'm done with this for now. I'm going to go back over here for a minute. I'm going to go back to a 1 minute here for you. I'm going to bring this back right here so you can see it. And now you have a little bit more of an idea of where the fuck we are in the market, right? There's your one right there. Your other one is, wait a minute. Hold on a second here. Your other one is right here. Do you see it? It's coming up right now. See it right here? Coming right here. And see the cross happening? Pick price up and send it, right? Yeah, huh? You know what I'm saying? So here we go. The way is higher, right? Then we're going to go higher from where? We're going to go higher from 679.88 or 678.65. And you can go out there. I don't do this, but you guys can go out there on YouTube or Twitter and be like, you know, here's the fucking tick, bro. We're going up from there. And you can look like a cool motherfucker. I'll just go out and tweet and talk shit when everyone's getting long and say that ain't the lows not put in. I think we need more put fuel, to be honest with you, but that's another conversation for later. So we'll watch this closely here. I want to tell all of you something. You've known my daughter. You've known both my daughters for a very long time. You've known one of them for almost half of her life. She's 12 now. A lot of you have known her since she was about 6 or 7. Come on over here. So, oops, sorry. This one right here, that's Maggie. Her name is Maggie May. I just wanted to give you an update on her. I want you to know, too, that she remembers this. You guys used to donate to the show before I monetized the website, the Discord, and all that stuff. You guys like paid. I would give her the money. You guys paid for her first clarinet. You guys would buy her shit. I shouldn't say shit, but you bought her a lot of stuff, a lot of educational stuff, a lot of things for her to go do to help enrich her life. I'm gonna cry. And I want you to know something. I want you to know that what are you doing tonight? Come on over here and tell them what you're doing tonight.
Tonight I'm going to an NJHS ceremony, which NJHS stands for National Junior Honor Society. And it's basically a ceremony to introduce me to their team.
You had a hand in that. And I want to express my gratitude to you over these years. That on our end, my wife and I, and my daughter's end, that we are greatly appreciative. And where do you live? You live in the hood?
Yes.
What city do you live in?
Detroit.
Detroit where? Say it in the microphone.
Detroit.
She lives in Detroit, Michigan. So don't ever believe, no matter where you live, that you cannot succeed in life. If you work hard, what do you? Yeah, you worked hard, right?
Yeah. And the only way to get into it, you need to have at least a 3.5 GPA, and you need to have good recommendations.
And you've been, I keep going to your honor. You're on 4.0 like every year, right? That's right. And you're actually in like the higher or award thing because they have lower ones for if they miss one semester or year, but you keep stacking them. So I wanted to thank you. I want you to know that, like, when we started this shit and you guys were like helping me support this and giving her the money and stuff, like crap. It's not crap, but I want you to know that she's done the work. She does practice her instrument. She does study every day. She reads. She writes essays. She argues with her father, in a good way. And I just want you to know how grateful I am. And we're going to this evening. So I wanted to thank you all out there. And I've known a lot of you for a very long time. And thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. I love you guys. Oh, shit. Hey, STT Voyager, you've known him since forever. He just gave you $20. Yes, he did. He went old school on your ass. All right, get dressed. STT Voyager, I'm going to do something for you tonight. I'll take a picture, man, with something on there for you. And I've known you forever, too. You know, do not tip me here. Don't do it. Please don't. Honestly, don't. But I want you to know, like, OGs have been around here since day one. Watch me grow as a trader. Watch me grow as a streamer, all that shit. I want you to know I've done what the fuck I told you I was going to do. I moved to this fucking city, and we did it. And I really love you guys. You guys, my family. So I really want you to know how grateful I am. Okay, moving on. I got to get over this. I'm going to start crying again. I used to, like, cry and shit back in the day. This is my last baby. She's going to leave me. My other one's been college now. It's University of Michigan. And I'm going to lose this one. I don't want to lose them. Anyways, I get to go see her do that tonight. I'll take a picture. Most amazing thing in the entire world, guys. And she like my younger one, or my older one had a little bit easier time learning. This one had to fight. She had to put the time in. She had to do the hard work. And it was not easy for her. So I'm gonna we're gonna go to this thing tonight. You know, I'm gonna be like a sobber, right? I'll be like crying everywhere. Hey, super gal, I'll call you tonight. I'll give her the $10. And I just want you guys to want you guys to all know that stuff. I don't we're like streamers and shit that like tell you lies and shit, like, or portray themselves to be something they're not. Like, I'm who I am. People, you guys, a whole fuck ton of you now have met me. Yeah, some of you have met my whole family, and I just want you to know that I'm really grateful, more than you'll ever know. These like moments that I'll be like, I'll remember these moments for the rest of my fucking life. Hard work. You got to work. Even if it's just for yourself, you know, like learning and stuff and all that kind of cool shit. I sound like a dork saying it to my daughters are like, such a boomer, or unk. They call me unk. They're not nice. I think that's the new term for boomer, for a dad or whatever. And there she goes. Man. All right. Yeah, that's the real stuff. Like how many hard nights, like all the studying and the doing math with her and essay writing and arguments and fables and myths and classic stories and like I could. She would like play the clarinet through the house. She does it every night. And like I'm working and I hear her playing and it like just gets better and better, and you know that it's not easy. Like anyone that plays an instrument knows that it takes a lot of hard work, takes a lot of like dedication, not when you don't want to do it. And same thing with learning, you know, it's never easy. You got to ask for help and that kind of stuff. And tonight's one of those moments where I get to show up, put the suit on, show up and be proud dad and recognize my daughter for all her hard ass work. God damn those kids. If you ever have the chance to spend time with children, man, there ain't nothing like it. Well, it can suck too. It's not all roses. Trust me, it's not. It's you give up things. You can't go do this, or you have to do your own thing later. Or you're like fixing a furnace at 3 o'clock in the morning because you spent the time with your kids. At nighttime, you worked all day long. Don't get to see your wife, or yeah, all that stuff. Then they get to live another life. That's the cool part. Hopefully they don't. Hopefully they come back and see me. And I'm old and fucking decrepit. Or like shitting myself or something. Whatever the fuck, like an old man. Dying over here. Anyways. Creeping back up right now, trading 68.80, trying to take out some of this resistance. If you're getting long here into the close, I can understand. This is the basis for it. If there's any kind of like quick moves down, liquidation breaks, anything like that, and you haven't gotten long yet, you may be afforded that opportunity into the close here. Sometimes you'll see a nice little slip to the downside. A little bit of this over here. Everybody's panicking and stuff. Maybe jump in there, add to your position if you haven't already made one. You can always DCA. Goddamn kids. Goddamn dog. Goddamn kids. Goddamn wife. Better than me than I'll ever be. I don't know what. Maybe I just cleaned up after myself enough. I don't know. Maybe it's because I cooked. I definitely am not a good. Like I'm an asshole. Try not to be. Try to like do the right things so that they live a better life, right? So lucky to have them. Yeah, I ain't going nowhere. I've been talking about doing some other stuff with this, but this here will never leave. We'll always do this. We'll always have that community. We'll always have that Discord community. Whatever we do here is never ever leaving. Fuck all that noise. It's you and I. Tell an old decrepit old man I'm shitting myself and I can't take care of myself. I'm trying. Trying not to be that guy. How many years? It was really weird. I was never a streamer, never wanted to be an influencer. This is nothing that I ever thought I would do. Started making videos just to explain to my friends. You know, I looked like the crazy guy with the fucking crayon on the thing. And I sucked as a trader at that point. Now compared to now, I sucked, but I was still doing the right things to become better. And I kind of grew up here with you guys, so putting the 10,000 hours in. I was talking to this when I was in New York. I met a very powerful man, and he's the kind of guy that like like everybody, you wouldn't believe if I met him. But we were talking. I don't. Those things don't matter to me. I'm not like that guy. So I like people before they are or whatever. And I met this guy and I'm talking to him, and he was talking about how I had spent time living in New York. And I lived in New York. I worked in New York. I got out of college. I worked in New York City, and I was from Boston originally, so they have a very strong work ethic. And Boston does too, or New York does too. And it was brutal work, and I carried that through my whole career. No matter where I lived, no matter where I went. And I was in New York talking to this guy, and he was talking about how the work ethic in New York is different than a lot of other places. And I agreed with him. I was like, what I learned in New York, I took it and applied the rest of my entire life. And we were talking about employment. And we're going to talk about this right now to the end of the show because we were having a discussion about employment inside of the Discord earlier. And employment is like I never thought I would be doing this. You see this show like this, all you see is this thing right here, right? But I like build an office, I like run electricity, run fiber optics, run this, run that, buy equipment. I don't know anything about video production, video editing. I don't know anything about the audio visual side of things, mechanical production, the editing, none of it. The streaming, the putting it all together, fixing it when it breaks, none of that stuff. Know anything, nothing about that stuff. I know nothing about streaming. Know nothing about talking to a camera all day long. And it was a difficult thing to learn as I get older. But I'm still doing it. Learning something new, putting the 10,000 hours in, breaking my dick, failing, 3 steps back, 2 steps up, 1 step up, 3 steps back, all that, all along the way. And we were discussing employment and how with each new industrial age, or now a tech age and a new tech age coming, that you're going to see unemployment numbers go wonky and wacky. You're going to see people that, like, for 20 years you could go to a great school and get pipelined into a Fang Man T type company. Put your 20 in, make good money, raise a family, party, whatever it is you want to do. And that's kind of going away right now, right? It's going away for not just those companies, but others. Winky was just talking about IBM laying people off at a time that no tech company would ever do during a holiday. After the holiday, but not during. Not normal. And we have a lot of abnormal stuff happening in the employment space. You can see that we've shut down the government, that the BLS is not making reports. You can see that people are trying to shift the conversation away from or into this new economy. And how do you account for employment? You see people complaining, rightfully so. I got laid off and I got no job prospects in Fang. Like a generation or two before me, the last 20 years, they had it easy. And to have to say to yourself, like, maybe I got to get a job. This is something that no one tells anybody. Whenever new technology is created, there are new jobs created to replace old jobs. That's true. And there is question today if that's still the case or not. Or how do you retrain yourself? Or how do you see it in Hollywood, right? Writers and actors are below the line people are all doing their own thing. They're creating shows on YouTube. You have data centers being built. You've got this new huge push in energy. I wanted to be a Fangman engineer, and now I got to go be a nuclear engineer. I didn't want to do that. That's hard and tough. So when you're talking about like unemployment or employment, or as new technologies become apparent, no one ever talks about the other jobs that are created. I think there is an awareness that there's a lot of unemployment right now, or people getting laid off, or they don't have new job prospects as they thought they would with the careers they chose or were educated for. But I think it's okay to be worried or complain about that. But at the same time, on that same hand, you got to do what you got to fucking do, right? Or if you don't, you get left behind. And that's the hard thing to tell someone, or to be told. Sometimes people are real dicks about it too. They're just like, pull up your bootstraps, or stop eating avocado toast, or they don't tell you the other part of it. They just tell you like man up or something, or get a new job, or just pump out your resume. Why don't you write your resume and just show up there and talk to the guy? They'll hire you. Some old boomer or something, which you can of course do. So when you look at unemployment right now, or the data that's not out there right now, you're also going to get the Fed, and you're going to get whatever, doesn't matter what the regime is, White House, Senate. You're going to get the BLS, and you're going to get even the Fed, which Jerome has spoken about, right? Unemployment. And how does that get addressed? And how do we retrain people? We don't do that in the U.S. too. That's kind of a problem as well, I think. But if no one's going to be there to help you, whatever, you kind of have to start thinking about that stuff. And in the coming years, in the coming decade or two, what are you going to do? I got to think about that with my kids. My oldest daughter right now, I'm talking to her about that specific thing. What are you going to school for? And why are you majoring in this? And are you going to have a job? Or if your job goes away, is there something else you can do in your field? Or are you going to need a continuing education? Or what should you be looking at in this new economy they're trying to create? I don't think this new economy is going to be today, but if you're older and have wisdom, you know that happens. It's kind of like the simple way to look at it would be, a simplified way to look at this would be you had a whole economy built around horse and buggy, horse and carriage, like a whole economy. Roads were a certain way for horse and buggy or horse. We had wagon wheels and we had drivers and we had this and that and all these different jobs. And then, of course, when cars came along, people said that's never, ever going to be economically viable. And, of course, eventually it did become viable. And new industries arose around that. So I do read some places where some young kids in college right now are not entering the pipeline and they're starting their own startups right now. We don't know about them because they haven't gotten big yet. But a lot of kids today are looking to not enter pipelines. They're like, fuck it then. I'm just going to do my own thing and try to create this new thing to keep myself employed, or my buddies and I employed, or my friends, or whatever, or my girlfriends, whatever it may be, theys, thems. So we should probably talk about that briefly. So, like, what is the trigger for that big top or that correction or that crash? I think those things are viable. We talked about the Discord. Like, is it unemployment? Is it this or that? It's probably tech or the AI bubble. This first bubble. That would be the reason to go down, not those reasons like unemployment. Is my point I'm trying to get to you with. When I look back on the 1990s, I look back on it with Binky recently, and it was interesting because a lot of the internet, so the internet bubble was like one bubble. It was kind of like this. Listen closely to this. I can simplify this. Hold on. We're all looking for the reason, right? It's this, it's that, it's going to be this, it's going to be unemployment, it's going to be the data, it's going to be that. It's like this. I'll draw it like this as we wait here. No, it's not going to be exactly like this, but if it rhymes, right? So you've got like a bubble. Excuse me. And within this bubble, there's like two bubbles. In the AI bubble, you're going to see this part of the bubble right here. And this part of the bubble right here. This is like a halfway point. Okay? That's all this is, halfway point. Now in here, you're going to see two bubbles. And you're going to see IPOs. Like an IPO here. And you'll see IPOs here. Now you'll see IPOs in the middle. And they'll get annihilated with these IPOs. So let's say you have an IPO right now that's launched and they're at the top right now. You'll have a pop of the bubble. And you'll have new IPOs, and those will get annihilated when they launch with these IPOs that are coming down. And then you're going to get another round of IPOs. And those are going to inflate the bubble even more. So when you're like looking for like, it's unemployment, it's this or it's that, or whatever, it probably won't be those things. This bubble will pop from the fall of this first run of AI companies. You should be looking for those companies as the reason. So price action, right? Come right back to price action again. You can keep it simple. You don't need to look at all these other things. You just look at those companies. And what's crazy is I have a great example of this. If you go back and look at Amazon, and if any of you are older, you'll remember that Amazon did not IPO. They actually refused to for a period of time. They could have went public a long time before they actually did, and they didn't enter until I want to say 96 or 97. So you've got like the first internet bubble in those companies, right? And then you got a bunch of others in here, and then you have Amazon pulling up the end. And that would be relatable almost like to OpenAI. And they just ran into the end of the second bubble, which was within 96 to like 99 and 2000. So if you're looking for popping the bubble inside of, if you're looking for like the reason for popping the bubble, you'll have like people pontificate that it's data or it's unemployment. I know that unemployment is the usual suspect. It's usually like inflation, unemployment, GDP, those kinds of things. But if you're looking, and people are going to pontificate as the real reasons for all this stuff, and they're all going to have their take on it. But the reality is that it's right in front of you and I. When you look at TMT, when you look at like NVIDIA and all these high-flying companies that are either IPOs or they're associated with AI, like Microsoft is, or to some extent Apple, or NVDA, or any of these companies that are on that trade with that debt. As you see those companies roll down within our market in price action, that's all you'll likely need to see. You don't really need to look at we can look at the unemployment, but my fear on it not being unemployment this time is because, I mean, it should be historically, but the reason I'm saying that too is because you can already see the obfuscation from everyone. You can see the obfuscation from the Fed. You can see it from the BLS. You can see it from the White House. And I think that would continue even if Trump was not president. I don't think this train stops. This train started a decade and a half ago, 2 decades ago. And you can see it in the Fred data. You can see it in what we're building and how we're building it. You can see it in the IP theft, but you can see it in like the tariffs. Those have been going on for a while now. The fighting with China has been going on for a while now. And all along the way, the train has continued to move forward. And it's important for you to realize that train never stops. You can have a hand in a say in how that train rides or how we get there or whatever placates you, like doing it the easy way or the hard way. And there'll be hard ways and easy ways and times when we're not going to accept this, or you're going to freak out and I'm going to freak out, or someone else is going to freak out, or maybe the other side of your politics is going to freak out. But that train has been moving no matter what. And I think in this bubble in particular, if you're looking for like when we hit that 700 or that 720 or the bubble pops or this part of that bubble pops, I'd be really wary and careful of like when like Mike Barry says he's shorting specific companies. The reason he's doing specific companies and not like the S&P is because the rest of the market will hold up until the other data gets bad, like unemployment, inflation, GDP. But you want to watch the bubble itself be popped from those companies in particular. And you may be thinking that popping of that bubble will lead to the downfall of the entire economy or even the stock market. Probably not true. Probably not true. And you can see you see the incestuousness of money flow. And there are a lot of wealthy people out there too, and interests. When you look back in the history of the U.S., like even our Civil War is an easy one. The creation of our country. There are financiers all over the world. You know about the Rothschilds, right? I told you about them a long time ago, right? I told you like Wells Fargo going to the Rothschilds and getting money, right? For the Civil War. Those financiers are still there. And they can create money too. Who does that right now? And they haven't blown up. China, right? China creates money out of thin air to fund their AI and robotics revolution, right? So when you're like thinking about like that would be the reason, or the market's going to go to zero, or we're going to have burning tires because of this bubble, there's no fucking way. They will create a way. They always have and they always will. Cars didn't go away. We made cars. We made jets. We made missiles and rockets, and we explored the deepest parts of space. Someone will fund it. Either you, private, public, I don't know, but create money. You can see it clear as day in China. And one way it's going to happen here, one way or another. I'm not going to get into the politics of all that stuff, but if you're looking for that bubble pop, you should be looking at those companies. You can still be looking at for business cyclically, or business cycles and economic cycles for unemployment, inflation rampant, wage price spiral, or wages not keeping up with inflation spiral. Those things can lead, of course, or economic cycles ending business cycles. You can look for those things for the greater market, but they're kind of separate. And they can be together. They can work independently of each other. They can be together at the same time. Probably two different things you need to be looking at. And who else says this is, again, Wolf Richter. People ask him frequently, when does this come down? And his only response is, the fucking bubble. And he gives you all the other data, and he tells you it's the bubble. And you'll see that within even even in the early 90s, like 90 to 95, 96, and then into 99 and 2000. You'll see that we had like economic cycles in there, but the actual bubble popped twice. There was like a pop in the middle, and then there was another bigger pop. And we haven't done that second leg yet. OpenAI is not public. They haven't launched it. And when do they launch it? Do they launch it knowing? Do they pump the money into the markets and keep the market up and bumping into that big, huge high? So until you see that pop, that next Amazon or that next Apple or that next company, it might have more legs than you think. Doesn't mean we have pullbacks or crashes. If you look back in the 90s, we had like fucking 1 month, 3 month, 20% drawdowns, 30% drawdowns. I think one we even had a 50. It was like a 35 or something. It's not we can't have crashes or can't have moments of the economy being in the shits, but it'd be important for you to remember that what I'm saying to you right now, because if we enter that bubble and we're all like, oh my God, we're down 35%, the bubble's popped, but the economy's still fucking pumping, they'll rip this fucker straight up again to the moon. And you want to be able to keep them separate, and when they're together, when they're not together, keep them separate. You kind of look at both of them that way. So anyways, that's my take on unemployment. I would look at all of that stuff separately. Now, that doesn't mean you won't, like, I think Winky earlier said, if the Supreme Court strikes down tariffs, we'll be down 6%. I don't disagree with that. But I don't know if that's popping the bubble either. I think it's like its own thing. It's like independent of in itself, unless it's happening with other things. And what happens is, if you don't chase this up, you'll be left behind. Or you can short this shit into the depths of hell, and it doesn't go to the depths of hell, and you get annihilated the whole entire way. If you meet people that are older right now, the thing that stuck with all of these people that were trading and investing back then was that they just held on. Like if they saw an apple at a rock bottom price, they added it. And they just kept, they had exposure and duration to it. And I think if you're young right now, truly, if you're young right now, if you're an older person and you didn't have exposure to the first internet bubble, and you look back and say, I wish I had owned Apple at $2 or Amazon at $2 or what the fuck it was when they went to zero, you know that you'd be multi-generationally well off. So whenever you see those things in this time period over the next like decade, whenever you see those moments where you can buy into a company, like a company like AMD, or like AMD takes a haircut, bloodbath, or they go to $2, even if you buy them at $300 and they go to $2, you just keep adding and adding and adding and adding everything you have. I think that awareness will pay off for you if you're young, or your kids or your grandkids, a decade or 2 decades from now. You're being given an opportunity of a lifetime here. And I want you to also remember that even after the bubble popped in 2000, if you look back at where that shit was then, at the top and the bottom and where it is today, the big heavy hitters, they've made, a new class of wealth. Those people are very wealthy today, and their kids are, and their grandkids are. So keep that in like your mind at least, Or I'm gonna wait. You don't have to wait. You get extra money, throw it in there. I've got a big down or a big down. In April, we had a big down move. We're all focused on the 1 minute, the hour, the day, and we're not thinking about 10 or 20 years from now. And there are people in our Discord that know which companies will be here and which won't, right? We got, like, Winky talks about all the time. It's like, these companies will all be here and the rest of these guys will be gone. So you can even pick easy winners. You don't necessarily have to pick, like, dark horses. You can throw some in there. You want to have some exposure to that, but some companies will be here, right? 10, 20 years from now as this stuff starts blowing up. Or whenever OpenAI opens, even if it's fake right now. LLMs I know are bullshit. I know AI, or what are they calling it now? AI 2 or something? AI 2 or 3? Just be aware of that as we move forward. Imagine being here like 20 years from now and you're just like, fuck, I could own that company. I'd be a billionaire. Well, I guess our money would be so goddamn cheap then that you'd be like, God damn it, I would have been a billionaire today instead of a millionaire. There you go. Just grind these people out. Yeah, you can already tell they know we're going up. They're just grinding them. Early buyers. I think I'm looking at it from the perspective of the sentiment that I hear. That's a good question, Mikagas. I'm looking at it from the perspective that I hear. Like, I think that it's easy. I think it's easy for someone that, just sentiment-wise. I think you can go anywhere. You can go like Twitter. You can go on Reddit. You can go on anywhere. True Social. You can go to BBG. Go anywhere you want. You can go to Yahoo message boards, and what do they say? What's the prevailing talk? I just can't wait till the shit pops. Fuck all these people. And I don't know that that's true. I don't know that's true over time or duration. I think that they do. I think that I think we're in that moment right now. I think we are. I think we're in one of those moments. I think you can wait for those moments where everything's in the depths of hell, but we've had those moments. Nvidia was trading $10 just 2 years ago or something, right? I think Joe Donut asked me where would it go, and I said, we're right where I said we would go. And he didn't believe me either. He was like, you're out of your fucking mind. I'm like, telling you, that's going to happen. So if you get that chance, as my point here, we're leading into the end of the year, right? Coming into next year. If you see any kind of pullbacks or any kind of craziness, if you see like 30% down moves, big downdraft, and oftentimes when we're down there, what grips most people? Fear, right? I mean, how many times have I sat at a major fucking bottom and I'm surrounded by fear? I mean, shit, I was surrounded by fear 2 weeks ago on a Friday. You know what I mean? So it's like, think about that in like an actual market drawdown, a crash or a bear market. Are you thinking about that, or are you thinking about, the whole world's going to implode or something like that? So I got a better chart for that if you want to see it. I will show you the chart that's better than that one. Why don't you show them the chart? Show them the chart about show them the. Just hold on a second here. Show them the ER profits. Those haven't. We'll talk about that right now too. Show them the ER profit charts next, because those haven't rolled over, and there's a reason for that too. We create money, and when we create money, we always associate that with devaluation, and that's not the case. When you have new tech and you have more people in the world, you can create money for new wealth and GDP. We always like to harp on like when GDP is down and stuff. What we fail to recognize is that new wealth is created over time. You get more people. I can only grow one apple tree because I need to feed 5 people. I have 1 or 2 apples left over from that apple tree, right? 10 people becomes 100 people, 1,000 people. I'm growing more apple trees. I have now a bushel of apples left over that I can't use. So I sell them to some other people. I make a profit, right? Something that was just feeding me is now bringing me my food and giving me or creating wealth for me. It's also how we can expand as a society and create more wealth, right? I don't have to plant and raise the apple trees and raise a pig and raise kids and plow my field and make sure my road is working. I can like focus on other things, right? I got more time on my hands to do what? Create something that somebody else wants, right? Think also about what people have. In the 1950s and 60s, people had a small house, right? Small, tiny little house. Didn't have highly efficient insulation or technology. And homes today are bigger. They have more technology. They're theoretically mostly, right? And they get to have more, right? TV in every room. You got a TV on your refrigerator now. You got a TV in your bathroom now. You've got this and that and this and that. And that creates the money flow around, right? And things get cheaper too, right? Over time, generally speaking. Some things for the same quality have stayed they've stayed the same. They really haven't been impacted by inflation. Some of inflation has to do with creating cheaper, acceptable products that do the job. You know what I mean? Like we start out making the best of the best, then we make some junkier shit and or just good enough. Yeah, the ER profit charts are rolling over. Normally, when we top out, corporate profits are in decline. Do you want me to show you that chart? I can show you. Hold on a second. I'll show you right now. Show it to you guys right now. Find it here. Hold on. They're vertical right now. They're actually up right now. They came down in 2024, 2025. Let's see if I can bring this up. Maybe we can make a better chart. I'll dig out a better one for you. I can't find the one that I want to show you here. They've like leveled off. They've come down from the crack from I'll try to dig it up for you. I don't have it in front of me. I'll have it to you by tomorrow. But even like corporate profits right now are still up. EPS expectations guides are still up. So you're like, oh, the stock market's too high right now. And the other thing you have to count too is devaluation of the dollar. Also makes the stock market go up too. I'll break both those charts up for you tomorrow. I think if you're looking for that gotcha moment, it would be corporate profits, or at least like guides and reports. Like the reports from this quarter are up. There's beats across the board. So I think you need to front run that if you start seeing that. The market would front run that by a quarter, I would think. We saw that in 2024, right? I'm looking right now. Yeah, they front ran that. They front ran that right into. So if you look into 2022 into the low of 1023, we front ran the dip in corporate profits expected in 2024, and then they front ran profits from 25 in 2024. And then we had the uncertainty of tariffs in early 2025, and we had lowered expectations for corporate profits this year, and they've done well. And they've front run the front half of 26 right now too. Corporate profits for tech companies are expected to bottom and increase next year, believe it or not. I'm wondering if I should take this long right now. I want to take this long really bad. Got to be patient here. We're almost there right now. Let me just check something here in the background. Let me just see something here. So the cross is coming up right here. There's a half-hour trigger crossing. Sometimes we get sucked into this cross to move higher, just to check to make sure this momentum is going to work here. But other times when this cross happens, this is going to happen in the next half an hour. We'll just start ramping. I want to put my next trade on, but haven't done it yet. SPX is sitting on 682497. I wish we could flush it down to like 6812.51. This would be a sweet ass trade right here. Target is 688. How do we get there, though, is the bigger question. Let's look at it together really quick. So if we wanted a print for 688, we wanted it on Monday open. We got to deal with theta, don't we? Let's look at a few things here. Let's see if we can get a cheap-ass trade in the next 15 minutes or so. See what the prints are on this stuff. Build. You guys, not all of you guys, some of you guys don't do complex trades, do you? Or don't have margin. How about we do something basic? Or do a couple things here. We'll make it basic here. Full call spread. Full put spread. We'll do a long call. Okay. I'll give you 3 easy trades. There are more complex ones. If you already know how to trade those complex ones, you probably don't need to hear me talk about it. So I think that we'll trade. I'm gonna posit that we're gonna trade 688 by Monday close. So this is 680. We'll start here. Monday is the 10th. So we'll just baseline it, start right there. Just start at the 10th. Won't make a lot of money there. If we hit 688 on the 10th, I'd make like $400 on a 383 trade. That's not that good. Basically in the money. You'd have to be relying upon closing it with a lot of OI, or when it's laddering up. If I put the following, or how about the OPEX is on the 21st? Let's try the 21st. 680 on the 21st. That's not good at all. You make $548. What if I do 688? Anything in there? That's not that good. That's garbage too. If I do on November 31st, it's kind of nice. I like the idea of buying something in the money, or even deeper in the money. Something that somebody wants to buy, though, too. 680 is a nice one. Just look at a couple things here. Do we say the 8th? Excuse me. I said the 8th. I meant the 10th. Excuse me. I keep looking at like 688s and 680s. I want to do 688. What is this bull put spread? 688. 68 over there, 131. I'm trying to do a convex spread, but I don't think they're going to pay. Trading 680 right now. That's not too good. Make a couple strikes up. Do a bull credit spread. Why? I know there's better trades than this, but not too bad. Credit spreads are kind of nice, I think, here. on now. That's the one right there, the simplest one, isn't it? The 680C. Like right where we are in the money. Synthetic long, basically. Ooh. $511 for 7. Just the 680 right now is nice. Kind of like that one. Look at it, something more complex now. Hold on. Over 10th, say 5. Twelfth, 15th. God damn. This one's kind of dangerous, but yeah, this one's kind of dangerous, but if you did like a 676C, 681C times 2 call ratio back spread, that's dangerous as fuck, but it would print huge. Like $25 to print like 325 or something. It's a little bit, you could lose your ass in that one. You're dropping down here for me? There we go. Get on down there. The 680s are going to get cheap again. I guess we're just going to do 680 long. 680 expiring on 678. Come on down there. A little bit more. In a second here. No, I'm looking for Monday, 10th. Deep in the money. And I can either try to exit on Friday, midday, or hold them through the weekend for the gap up. They might try to eat me alive on the weekend. There's probably going to be at least 2 chances for me to sell. I wonder if we get that gap up on Monday. Like, if we went vertical into the close on Monday, they'd be fucking stupid. They would print like 300% or something. But the OI at different times would print heavy too. The eyeball. There'll be moments where it'll level up. A little bit more. Give me some more doom here. A little more fucking doom. Oh, please, just send it down. Oh, please send it down so I get some cheap ass calls. Flush these fuckers out down here. Just flush them. A little bit more. Come on, just a bit more. Flush these turds. Yeah, there you go. Flush them out. Take all their shit. All these fucking early call buyers. Give them that big red ball. It's doom. Give me some bad news. I just wrote it. Right here. I just wrote it in the Discord. Yes, get on down there. Show me how awful things are. Show me your pain. Yeah, show me that pain. People are gonna be like, I listen to this guy all day long and I can't fucking stand when he talks about shit he doesn't know what he's talking about in macro. And I only stick around for the fucking sexy trades. Yes. Come on down to Captain Jim James used call lot. Everything is awful. We're going to die over here. Nope, your calls are not going to print. Sell them to me cheaply. Price? I have no fucking idea. What do you mean price? There's a couple things I want to tell you on that topic. Like, number one, people will be like, why is he buying that? If I do the Greeks math on it, I'll tell you exactly how much he's gonna make. There are better trades than that. And I'm like, no. If you buy them when nobody wants them, and there's like the lowest OI possible, there's these little like gremlins in price. That's where the arbitrage is. And you can like sneak in where nobody else can. And then when you're leveling up, like you get that below 80, above 80 leveling up action, and then you get like the right demand. Like everybody's got to have them. You can make bank. Now, this is in the money, so it's not going to be like that as much. But you could mix it up and do like a Captain Jim James special where you were to buy the 688s and the 680s. And the 688s right now are only worth 51 cents. If you wanted that arbitrage in OI, that sweet little sexy, there's a problem here. You will get fucked at different points in this trade. There's no intrinsic value in an option like that. But if you were to get it like here in a bottom, And you just diamond handed. And even if you added to it, if it went any lower, you could keep adding to it too, like I do. But as they become valuable to somebody else, you can be like, hey man, these fucking things are $1.25. You know, and you're not holding them till they're in the money is the point. So the Greeks don't really matter. What matters is, does somebody want your shit? And if they'll pay anything for it at the right moment, you know, in a back test, or in this case, an up test, you'd be surprised who wants options on highs. There's a lot of demand for those options, especially as they're coming in the money, or they slightly in the money. Maybe the 86 or 66. Those are 93 cents right now. There'll be a lot of demands for that at 86, won't there? Now, there'll be more opportunity. They cost more, of course. They're 94 cents right now. You do a blend, 688, 686, and 680s, and sell them at different points where people will really want them. We got to get down a little bit more, and we got to bring the pain on these fucking early buyers. We have to do something here. You know what we got to do, right? You know what David says, right? What does David AMS say? Oh. What does David say? What do we got to do to these people? We'll flush with all those early buyers, don't we? We gotta flush him out, don't we? He's fucking FOMOers. Goddamn FOMOers. Always riding up my ass, telling me how we're going to the moon, no backsies, only up on a high. You just gotta be patient. You gotta burn fucking the last 2 hours until you get to the point where you can start building a position. Hell yeah, we're going higher. Z flush. Yes, take all their calls away from them. Oh yeah. It's horrible. Show me the blood. Let's turn the music on. We're going to crash. Should I go on Twitter and say that? Oh my God, we're going to crash? Oh my God, we're crashing. I'll be one part of the problem with Intuit. Oh my God, it's all over. We're crashing. My shit's on fire. Oh God, worst ever. My mood. Is there doom in here? Oh, I didn't sign in for this. I need more than scary. I need angry. There you go. I think I'm doing well, I have 3 buys lined up. Oh, I need a hat, don't I? Hold on a second. Hang tighter, guys. Am I closing that window? I'm getting blinded over here. Because of this thank you. I'm getting annihilated over here because of the change in time. Stop buying fucking calls. You're early. Stop doing it. Oh. There we go. Get on down there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Get on down there. We're right on it right now. We got maybe one more pin. We're right on the fucking thing. That was the strike right there. We just check ES really quick. That was it right there, I think. I think that was it. There is ES has a little bit more room to run in the after hours. Be patient. I'm just sitting here waiting. SPY looks fine right here, but there's a little gap down below here at 678.77. Yeah, right there. We just swing and knock that thing out, or no? There's a little gap down below. A little bit more. A little tiny bit more. See the pin. Just give me one more pin down there. I don't know if we can get any lower. This is pretty fucking close. They're going to try to buy this. SPX has this as a pin strike. Not quite. I'm not yet. Not there. Not yet. Almost. It's close. Let me just check something really quick here in the background. Come on down, baby. Touch that fucking thing. Touch that fucker right there. We're buying calls. We're buying calls for the 10th. 688 C's. I'm buying 686s and I'm buying 680s. There's a small sweep down here. We took the half back on the gap. You can put in not quite market orders, but you can put spoof orders in lower than 45 right now. and catch fills. The ask is 46, but you can dump some down in here. Put some stink bids in. Come on. Fuck you. There you go. Squeeze a fucking penny off. Fuck is wrong with you? You fucking bastard. Stop buying calls. You're stopping the goddamn price from going down. Fucking impatient motherfuckers. If you stop buying goddamn calls, put a stink bid in. Why are you guys fucking bidding up fucking this? Those fucking 688 should like shit the bed to like 35, 38 cents. God damn you bastards. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Is Chase out there right now? He's probably like, woo, baby. My bad. That was me. Yeah, that's right. Rub it. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck yeah, man. That's me. My bad. I'll buy more. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Tell me how bad it is. We're talking to bears right now that rode this whole thing down. We got bears that went from 180 to 645 the whole way down. What was it? We got bears in our Discord that are like, no, like in our Discord we have like on the show I'm telling you to wait for this to buy this, and then we've also got bears that are riding this whole fucking thing down while we're telling bulls not to buy this stuff. Near perfect trade down here, right? Look at that fucking shit. The near fucking perfect trade right there. Look at that beautifulness. Look at that fucking gorgeous. Look at that bomb fucking trade right there. And we got the cross, baby. 677.80. A little bit more love right here. Ooh. I didn't show him that on the stream, the cross. I told him about it earlier. Give me all your doom and your pain and your sins. That's not a good song. I need angry. I don't want scary. Fuck scary. I want angry. They're bleeding them out now. They were buying the whole way down. Now they stopped buying now. We can get some good lows here. I'm not adding any yet. I don't want to add any yet until unless we can go further down. I added here. I added here, but I'm not adding unless we go down here. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Fucking 35 cents, baby. Stay right there for a minute, don't move. Oh, yeah. So I just added some here. Oh, that's so fucking beautiful. Look at that shit. Here's the alert for Discord. If you want to go long, here's your chance. If you're in Discord, I just sent you a DM. If you want to go long, this is your chance. I am not going to fucking say it again. Sweet. Woo. God damn. What do you mean you're not getting filled? You can get, oh, you can't. Is it because you're in Europe? They're trying to like clean people out right now in the after hours. They're trying to I'm still good. They're only taking like a penny from me. This is a smaller chart than you think. It's very small. It's like right here. Looked huge though, didn't it? Yeah, you can probably do Asia, right? This is like a cash market thing, so I'm good. I feel good right here. Let me turn this off. Okay, so let me pause for a minute. Okay, so if you watch and follow me, I am long into Monday the 10th. If you traded this down, we had traders that were short. We had traders that were in puts. They showed their entry and showed their exit. They took it all the way down to right here. Everyone in our Discord got out right about here. But we had a few guys get out right here in this pin strike. We had other guys, once I showed the rest of it, they stayed short right down into here. We had one guy that was short and then tried to flip to buy calls, and he didn't have the time. But I think it was because he's in Europe. He couldn't buy the 4 o'clock, 4:15 or something, or he wasn't getting fills. But I'm long right here, so I really don't give a fuck what happens here in the after hours. So this trade is for me, at least so that you know, is that I'm looking for this upside move into, Thursday close, Monday open, and I'll make a decision then if I hold these trades or close them. Depending upon where we are and where those options are into even Monday. If it's deep enough in the money, I might leave on the 80s for Monday if we get like a big fucking huge up day or something. But the OTM kind of stuff, I'm probably looking to dump because they have no intrinsic value. They're worthless. So And you may have to manage the OTM ones. You might have to add to those if they get repriced or anything along the way, or dump them on the first chance that you get before Theta. Like a weekend Theta can fucking murder your ass on OTM shit, even if you're going to trade it. They'll get repriced. So just be aware of that stuff. God damn, order rejected? Oh, you're getting SPX. I forgot. I'm doing SPOOs. I'm doing SPY. You're doing SPX. Yeah, that makes sense. Congratulations, King. We have got people selling puts too. Some smart traders. We've got our pro traders. They're smarter than us. So there you go. There's a trade. You guys have been waiting all week long. You had an up trade earlier this morning. I told you that they will flush these fuckers out at the end of the day. I didn't know how deep. They got them nice and good. These are dealers, if you don't know. This is not... so Uncle JBJ just asked a funny question in the Discord. That's a dealer selling into. That's not CTAs. Just so you know, that's fake. So that's a dealer selling into you. And they're resetting the options chain. My shit's already making money right now. Pretty good fucking day, right? A lot more of these ahead. I'll see all of you tomorrow for Thursday. I got to get out of here. I got to get dressed. I got to go see my daughter, do her thing. I want to say that I appreciate... I got to make sure I give her the money. I owe her money. You know what's crazy is when you guys give me the money, I just got to give it to her. I will match it as a gift. I will go... I'll do more than that. I'm gonna go get her. I'll get her like $500 or something. Put it in a fucking card or something. So I appreciate you out there donating to my daughter. I'll let her know who you are, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Hopefully, we can get a nice fat trade on Thursday and Friday. Maybe we can even ride this shit up into Monday. And you know, this morning I was being asked if I missed this train, would I get another chance? You have a back test right here to the hourly trigger. There's your chance to get long. Look at that. You know what the best part of this is, too? Is there shouldn't be any need. There shouldn't be any need here for a pullback on open tomorrow. If there's any pullback in the overnight, like Asia or London, let me talk to you guys about something here. So there's good news about this right here. If you're a bull, you'll see things like Asia will like coax price down. So like Asia open at 9, but they won't buy till like 9:30. They'll bump it up right here, and then London will come in and they'll suck it down until like 2:30 in the morning, and then it'll come back up here on open tomorrow. That's the best case that bull could help for. You can't do this in cash market, but if you were to get that, we would ramp the fuck out of this on the open because of this cash market buy-in right here. If we had closed up here, if we had like let's say closed up here, we would dump it on open and then come up. So this is pretty good. And you'll also have these Asia buyers here. These London buyers here, and these London and Asia buyers will hang on to that trade right into 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. tomorrow. So you're going to have people on your side tomorrow helping you with the upside move here, and you're not dealing with zero dates. So you'll be good tomorrow. I think so. I'm hoping so. This should be a good trade right here. So I'm looking forward to it. And I will see all of you tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. And what else? I think that's it. You guys have a great night, and I'll see all of you guys tomorrow. Well, no, you don't have to contribute to my daughter. I appreciate that sentiment. You don't have to contribute to her. What I really like was like when I first started the show, I didn't ask for anything for years, and so it cost me a fuck ton of money, and through the generosity of donations, I would give that money to my kids to help fund what they were doing. You don't have to do that anymore. Just hang out, man. I appreciate the offer. I'm going to get her some cash. I'm going to go to the bank, get some cash out, and take care of her ass and make her happy. And, oh, yeah, David AMS says he's going to be here for Globex trading. So if you're a member and you want to trade futures tonight, or if you have Robinhood and you want to learn how to trade futures, David AMS says he'll be here trading the Asia session. I think the Asia session he'll be trading tonight. It'll probably give you a setup for the London session. So if you're looking for a trade like that in futures, or if you don't trade cash market, if you ever want a quick primer on how to trade futures, check out our Discord. Globex.